2, 1. So we are perfect in time. Yeah, we're going to start now. So please come here a little bit closer. Okay, please.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, everybody. So, like, that's overwhelming. There are so many people here. My name is Marvin. I'm the co-head of the Startup Incubator Berlin. And yeah, so like, I really like to welcome all of you. And it's great to see that so many people are interested in research and innovation. And I guess that's what's really driving what we're doing here, connecting researchers. Or now I have the possibility to connect researchers with our entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs, as probably you are, is one of the core things we do here, and have them to turn ideas into like real products. And therefore, I'm really happy that there are so many people here. Like, I got two things I would like to mention. There are drinks that are like for free, and some of you got a coin for food, but you don't need it. So like, there's food in the bag, and it's like, until it is gone, please be sharing as the topic of our uh, of our day today. So there is enough food, but please be gentle and only take what you need. And with that, I like to hand over to Kerstin, and together with Kerstin, we are organizing this awesome day. Kerstin is from the Federal Institute for Research, Materials and Technology, right? That's
right.
like in German called BAM. So like in the following, you, I guess people will call you BAM. So like, and that's our our effort to connect, and that's what we've been working on the past year a lot on it. And like right at the beginning, I would like to thank Falco, who's in the back, who's like organizing, or has like organized everything. So Falco, thanks. Because of you, we are all here. And Kerstin.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Kerstin Rötzler. I work at BAM, and there I'm responsible for all transfer activities. And we have established a close cooperation with our HWR partners, and our goal is to promote innovation and entrepreneurship. And today we would like to present to you some BAM innovative ideas, and we want to develop these ideas to appropriate business plans, and we take into account the sustainability aspects too. Many thanks to my BAM colleagues for presenting their results today, and many thanks to my HWR colleagues for organizing this event. And I wish us an inspiring and productive day. And with that, I give the floor back to
Thanks.
Steffen.
So, and like, let me first introduce you, Steffen, because like you come all here to one of the aspiring places of Berlin, the so-called Zukunftsorte, or future places. I don't know how you pronounce them in English, but let's refer to as Zukunftsort. So you are like here in one of those places, and Steffen is responsible for that, and he is he's willing to guide us to this day, and I'm really glad for that. So thank you for that. And like I wish everybody lots of fun research, interesting talks about the research projects and everything. And with that, I hand over to you, Steffen. Thank you a lot.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, like you said, my name is Steffen. I'm in charge for Zukunftsorte Berlin. Before, I was in charge for the technology and knowledge transfer at Freie Universität Berlin. And we had a very close cooperation also with Hochschule für Wirtschaft und Recht. Yeah. And I want to start with a little short story. When I worked for Freie Universität, I think that was in 2016, maybe 2017, I had a look at our archive, and I had a look at what have the persons done who were in charge for entrepreneurship before I started in 2011. And I saw that the first one, the first flyer was done by Sven Ripsas, and I think that you started with entrepreneurship courses at Freie Universität Berlin, together with Professor Faltin, who's not here today, I think, but we will hear this name, I think, quite often, because if you have a look at the agenda, you will also see that there's not only Sven Ripsatz, but also Florian Komm from Stiftung Entrepreneurship, which also support this event today. And Florian Komm is also one of the guys in charge for entrepreneurship and for the Stiftung Entrepreneurship here in Berlin. Before we start with the keynote, let's have a close look at the agenda. As you can see here, we start with a keynote, and after that we will have two presentations from two researchers from BAM. I will say BAM today, and if I say BAM, you know that we mean the research institution in the south of Berlin. But not only in the south of Berlin, the BAM is not only in close to Freie Universität Berlin in Dahlem or Lichterfelde. BAM is also located in Adlershof, which is the biggest science park in Germany and one of the biggest science parks here in Europe. And Adlershof, Dahlem, and Siemensstadt Square, all three places are part of the community of Zukunftsorte Berlin. There are 11 Zukunftsorte in total. There are some Zukunftsorte which are still under construction, like the Urban Tech Republic here close to this place at the former airport of Tegel. Or for example, the Euref campus you might know in Schöneberg is also part of our community. So I'm glad to be here because Today we have different institutions here, different partners, also from different Zukunftsorte. And like Marvin said at the beginning, we are also here at one of the 11 Zukunftsorte. We are here in Siemensstadt. Siemens will invest a lot of money here, billions of euros, and they also want to attract enterprises, startups, researchers to this ecosystem here. And Siemens will create a very, today it's a quite closed ecosystem. Yeah, it's not so easy to get inside, as you might have seen before. And they want to create a very open ecosystem for open innovation. Yeah, and I think this is a very great event and great example for open innovation today. Yeah. And so you can use this chance also to get into contact to the researchers here. I think that some of them might also need some help from people with business know-how, yeah. And I heard that there are also a lot of students here. Maybe you can raise your hands. Who of you is student here from? Okay, most of you are students. Who of you is interested in founding a startup? Also many of you. So use this chance to get into contact to the people from BAM, because I know they have really, really interesting technologies, deep tech, yeah, and I also know that they don't have normally business know-how, yeah. So they might need your help afterwards. And I think, we will also see in the workshop that it makes sense to work together, yeah, to have diverse teams, yeah, with people from different nationalities, different backgrounds also, yeah, and maybe also different ages, yeah. So that's also quite important, I think, and I'm quite sure that Sven will also mention the point diversity, yeah, because I think, Sven, it's not possible to create successful startup companies without diversity today, yeah. And I think that's one of the strengths Berlin has, yeah, because as you can also see here in the room, Berlin is very diverse, yeah. So before, we have the two presentations. I'm glad to have Sven here on stage. So please join me here, yeah, with your keynote. That's your applause.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes more, yeah, because I know that you have a lot of very important inputs. You have 20 minutes now for your keynote, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Steffen. Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you to everybody who organized this day. And I'm so happy to see so many people, so many students, but also from the business community, from the corporate world, from our incubator. In order to develop business models for the circular economy, I guess we all have to work together, and we just heard it. So we need different background, we need different sex, we need different nationalities. So it's a good opportunity to have you all here, speak to each other, learn from each other, and be open to find solutions that are better than the solutions we had in the industrial world. So let's have a look at the development of new business models. I guess the first thing is that we have to be aware we have a great opportunity, a great window of opportunity, and this is this European Green Deal. This is an investment program that is exceptionary, and we have to make sure that we as the next, or you as the next generation of economic leaders in our continent, make use of this opportunity, be aware of everything that is available. If we want to reduce our greenhouse gases, that's GHG, really by 50%, or have no net emissions by 2050, it needs a big effort. There's a lot of things that will be in turmoil in the next years, not only today, but I don't know if you follow the discussion how to heat Germany, all the private heating. There are a lot of discussions going on, of course, but there is a common goal, and we want to save this planet, and we want to have quite a nice way of living. So to combine this, there will be no easy solution. So don't expect that you find a solution that pleases everyone. It will not be possible. So we can all complain about the government and say, okay, maybe that's not perfect what they do, but at least they do something now. Yeah, we have been discussing for years, and now we have to come up with solutions. Make sure that you check out whatever the governments are offering at subsidies, at programs, at support. This this Green Deal here for Europe is a perfect opportunity for you to develop business models. We are talking about decoupling economic growth from our resources that we have in our earth. So what else do we put into our business model if not resources like coal or gas? Well, think about spirituality. Think about aspects that make us feel good, that let us live well without consuming the earth. So it will be very different, and we want to heat, we want to live well, we want to be in a secure environment. Things are really changing. The industrial area is over. Yeah, we will have different business models, and when we do produce goods, we have to do it in a way, and that's why we have researchers here today, that will be different than in the 20th century. And what is also very important in the Green Deal of the European Commission, no person and no place is left behind. What does that mean? There is a lot of people in our country, in Europe, that do not have the same access to research, to education as we have here. And in order to secure social freedom, we have to take care of those people. Yeah, when we are developing new businesses, we cannot only think of those people living in the cities. We cannot only think of those people having an education like we do. Most of us are able to study, but there are a lot of people that, when they look at the circular economy and all climate change, they are frightened. And when you come up with social entrepreneurial solutions to make sure that these people are not left behind, this is also welcome. The European Union encourages social entrepreneurship as much as high-tech and deep-tech entrepreneurship. We need both aspects in order to create this new economy. So, what is needed when we talk about research and innovation? I'm very happy that we have a lot of engineers here that are thinking about technological solutions for tomorrow. And about 3 years ago, I was on the Entrepreneurship Summit that was organized by the Stiftung Entrepreneurship, and we had one of the founders of the Cradle to Cradle movement talking to the audience. And he was describing solutions for the circular economy. And I was amazed. I thought, well, that's brilliant. Engineers that have developed new kind of technologies that is not harming the earth at the end. So they had patents, invention, very good. The next steps in the innovation process is to take the invention to the market, and then we call it innovation. And if that grows, if we are able to implement it, the company grows. So I was remembering when this Professor Braungart, one of the founders of the Cradle to Cradle movement, when he was talking, he said, okay, we have all these ideas for the circular economy now. The only thing that is missing is, and now I stop and I want to hear it from you. What do you think Professor Braungart said? So he has talked about the technological solutions of the future. And then he said, the only thing that is missing is, I want to take some answers. Okay, what do you think he said? What did he say is missing? Anand. What? social connectivity. Okay? He didn't say this, although I think it's very important. Okay, what else? What will you say? What's missing? Yes, please. You are getting close. Proof, okay? You want to say something? Okay. People who will utilize it, customers. Okay, very close. What else? A business model. You're my guy. Okay, customers. And he said it in a way that was very interesting. He said, the only thing that's missing is a business model. Okay, I thought, well, that's really complicated. A business model is maybe the most complicated thing. Well, the engineer would say, okay, my work was more important because I invented this technology. But we all know this poor management student who's hired by a company having a product, and then the CEO says, okay, you have to be responsible for the sales. Let's sell this product. That's really complicated. So let's have a look at some aspects when you need a business model. Okay? The first thing is we know a lot of things why it's necessary to change our way of living. The first is, for example, facts like by 2050, we will have more trash in the ocean than fish when it comes to tons. So maybe that's not a healthy development. And I always think back like 10 years ago when this young guy from the Netherlands started with his Clean Up the Ocean initiative. He was 16 when he started that. Yeah. It's very interesting to see how the Europeans think about eating insects. We had the first restaurants based on insects here in Berlin like five years ago. Not a good business model, so they all closed again. So everybody is aware of the fact, of course, we will eat insects as a new source of protein because it's much more sustainable than eating cows or whatever. But there's no business model yet. Yeah, it's cognitive, the intellectual mind says, yes, of course we have to eat insects. And when I went hiking to Scotland and I went through a big shop called Globetrotter, some of you might know it. So when you think of hiking, you want to reduce the weight you carry to the max. So I was standing in that aisle and thought, okay, do I buy this insects? Yeah, because they are available. 3 years ago, I didn't do it. This year, I did. Tastes great. It's just that you have to switch in the mind. Okay, eating insects is a very intelligent alternative for a healthy nutrition. We have a lot of networks like today. Yeah, we have the Cradle to Cradle community here on the left side. We have our event. Don't expect from you alone to be the problem solver. But as a team, together with others, you will come up with ideas for a new business model. And this is something that I consider the most important element in new business models. Think of technology. Everybody's discussing about GDP, but when you look here in Berlin, we have a company called Walls Binaire that is using artificial intelligence for the very big companies in the world to create estimates for future forms, colors. Walls Binaire is such a great company. Just look it up in the internet. It's a very small agency. They started like 5 years ago here, and now they are really consulting the very, very big companies when it comes to how to use technology. And I don't know who's playing PS4 and who has a PS4? Okay, at least some. Have you ever played Detroit Become Human? Who did play that? Great. Okay, there's one game called Detroit Become Human where you have to take the position of androids. And of course, androids are geared by algorithms. So But the more intelligent those androids get, the more they start questioning these algorithms. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, the big question is, when is the moment of becoming aware that I am there, that I am? Is this moment very close? Some say yes, in the next 10 years we will have something like an artificial intelligence that is aware of the fact that it can be, it is there. It's not just an android, not just a machine. And I think this is a very important, because that puts us into the position we have to question our values. When you are programming androids, when you are part of the solution, you have to think, okay, what kind of values do I put into this machine? And maybe we should put in taking care of our planet into this machine. Then the question is, okay, when the machine understands taking care for the planet is a primary thing, the problem of the planet is man. That puts us in danger. Yeah? So I think artificial intelligence, androids, will be part of the solution, but also we have to be very much aware that there are problems ahead. Yeah? And we heard about this, one of our companies here from the startup incubator, Bear Cover, is producing robots for the elderly homes, taking care in the aisles at night, whether everything is fine. It's already starting. It's already starting. And when we think about the future economy, we have to, on the one hand, we have to use technology because it's much more efficient than a lot of things we do today. On the other hand, there are some values, ethics that we have to consider. So, I said it, business models are missing. I guess everybody here wants to create new solutions from research, from the universities, and you are good-minded, you want to save the planet, you want to be a social responsible leader in the future. The problem is that a lot of you, I think, shy away from numbers. You want to help the earth, you want to help people. I want to encourage you, love Excel. Love numbers, love facts, because whatever you do, you should be able to show that you are either improving the reduction of CO2 emissions, that you are contributing to a social return of investment, or that you are just creating return on investment for the investors. All kinds of KPIs are measurable. And when you develop a business model, you have to think in numbers. And that's why don't shy away from costs and numbers. A lot of people put this monetary aspect of a business model aside for a very long time. And we heard this today. We want to bring the research from the engineering field together with businesses. And I want both parts to be open for each other. We need the technological innovation, but we also need an awareness for costs and revenues and facts about the market, because numbers are very objective. We have one quote from an entrepreneur in the lean startup movement, and he said, "It's so easy to lie to yourself." Yeah, you think that you have a good idea, and it's so easy to lie to yourself that one day we will take off. Well, some business models are not really working. Yeah, and so don't shy away from the numbers. So entrepreneurship is a marathon and not a sprint. Don't expect that by the end of today you have the perfect team, the perfect idea, and next week you have an exit for 50 million. This will not happen. We know from venture capital research that on average, from the moment of investment till the exit is about 7 years. So it's a marathon. I hope that you all have enough energy for this marathon. Here is a location that is here to help you. Not only today, we have a lot of programs, we have a lot of networks, and everybody work together to create new business models in the circular economy. So if you want to look that up, for the German-speaking people, I did some writing down in the Startup Cockpit, and I want to encourage you to read that book from the World Economic Forum. It's called The Great Narrative, and it's talking about future business models and all the challenges we see. And of course, the sustainability, the circular economy is a core element, not only for us here, but also for the World Economic Forum. Thank you very much.
Yeah, oh, sorry. You didn't use the time. Yeah, we have 2 minutes left, yeah. But if there's any question now to Sven, you can use this 2 minutes now. Is there a question? Don't be shy, yeah, please.
First of all, thank you for your talk. You mentioned in the last half of your keynote that it is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And generally speaking, from start to an exit strategy is about 7 years. What are your thoughts about exit strategy when we're talking now about circular economy? Is exit strategy not also the part of the problem that we are facing?
Very good question. There is no single answer. So for entrepreneurs who want to stick with a company, who are not really interested in having a venture capital partner for growing faster, developing more solutions, you have to be aware that when you have external investors in, they want to exit. This is how they do their money. If you say, okay, I want to choose a different growth path, you are happy, but then you will not get the venture capital investment because it just doesn't work. And I think there are more and more investors that are impact investors and that are aware of the fact that it's not only about financial profitability, but also social return on investment. And we also have some kind of sustainability KPIs. So I would turn to investors that have this impact investment mindset. And then I think we can solve this problem you mentioned. Excellent question.
Super. Thank you very much, Sven. Now it's 2 o'clock. But you will stay here a little bit. So if there are more questions, we can use the break after the next session for questions to you, yeah? So the next part of our event today is, we want to present 2 research projects from BAM to you. And the first project is the project from Ute Reschgänger. Please, Ute, use this way around, yeah, because you will get your microphone over there. And Ute will have a short presentation. The topic is fluorescence standard platform. And after the presentation, the short presentation of Ute, you will also have the possibility to ask her some questions. So I think, Sandra, we will also have a microphone after the presentation for the questions. But please start with your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for the announcement, and I'm very happy to be here. So I'm Ute, and as you notice, I like colors. So where's the presentation? Okay, no, this one. Okay, so you see fluorescence is a very colorful method. So you see a lot of beautiful things in all different spectral regions. And how do I move on with the presenter? Okay, so here we go. Well, I need a presenter. Without presenter, no control. So where do you use fluorescence? So you have fluorescence in your daily life when you look at security barcodes from passports, security inks, but also in life science, material sciences for PCR tests, corona tests, immunoassays, speed-based assays. All kinds of measurements are being done using color and fluorescence. So for fluorescence, you need to shine light on your sample, then your sample emits color in a different wavelengths region, which you can then detect with different instruments. So with all kinds of readers, with microscopes, with spectrometers, but also with smartphone cameras for sensing. And for instance, for circular economy, what you can do is tagging of recycling material, polymers, whatever, and then read it out. So it's a very helpful technique. But the problem with fluorescence is it depends on the instrument which you use for measurement. So you need to have tools which make your measurements comparable. This also required when you think about quality assurance, method accreditation by legal authorities. So when you want to introduce a new method to use in medical diagnostics, you need to have this approval. And also for signal referencing and sensing. So what do? We develop such materials, so we make nanoparticles, sensor molecules, whatever. Important is it must be emissive. Then we also have reference methods to characterize these properties. And we do technology transfer, for instance, barcoding, printed barcodes with companies, or for solid state lighting, automotive industries. So there you also have luminescent materials which are placed upon blue LEDs and creating this warm yellow glows. And based upon this knowledge, our research, we are making products, our reference materials, and see they are even also very beautiful in color. So we have different emitters, different colors, and different matrices, so they can come up in solution, they can come up as nanoparticles, microparticles, in glasses, in polymer films, and now we are thinking about making more products, more sophisticated systems which can be integrated in different devices or can be used as calibration tools for microarrays, fluorescence microscopes, or what you see on the other side as calibration tools for PCR readers. And there we are interested in business models, also interested in maybe people who would like to provide us with ideas or who would like to collaborate with us. And I'm happy to talk to you.
So please stay here. Does that work? No. Yeah, no, it works. Yeah, to make sure that you understood the idea or the technology, it's quite important to ask questions because personally I think I don't have a technology background. It's always quite complicated to understand what engineers are doing. Yeah. So please use the next 5 or 10 minutes to ask questions just to make sure that you understand what UT is doing and also to understand which possibilities you will maybe have to find a business model. Yeah. So who of you has a question now? There's a question?
What is the exact commercial value for that?
For instance, when you think about circular economy and you want to recycle plastics, what you could do is you could include colorful particles into different plastic materials and then use these different colors to distinguish between different polymer materials to regain these polymers, as an example. Or you can use security codes which you can print on products to identify them and such things.
Hey, thank you for the presentation. Just a question about the nanoparticles. What size of nanoparticles do you use, and what materials those are? Mostly metal, or?
We use all kinds of materials, so lanthonide-based materials for security codes or tagging of polymers. The particle size is between, let's say, 10 up to 100 nanometers, where we also make micrometer-sized particles, which we stain with different types of quantum dots, with organic dyes, with luminescent complexes, so oxygen sensing, pH sensing. Such materials can then be integrated into microfluidic systems. Or when you think about you want to detect something with your smartphone, a camera provides you with a camera-specific image. Now you want to compare this with images from other cameras, which make colors appear in a different way. Then you need a standard in order to match these images, to make sure that every smartphone provides you, after calibration, with the same image.
Thank you.
Can you use it as a new QR code?
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is what I showed, this barcode printed from our lanthonide particles. So there we used a very simple inkjet printer, a commercial ink, and we added our nanoparticles too. And then we read it out with a self-made fluorescent scanner. This is something which you could develop into a scanner with a smartphone device, something like this. Can use it for building materials, whatever, with smartphone readout.
I think there are no more questions, yeah? Or are there?
Well, I'm here, so if you have more questions, I'm very happy to talk to you, also show you some of our materials.
I think there is a question, yeah? Please raise the hand. Sorry. Again? Okay.
I used to work with I used to work with fluorescence. That's why my question is going to be like technical. But I mean, do you use like plasmonic effects with while working with nanoparticles, or it's not? I mean,
we do have experience with using plasmonic effects or photonic crystals in order to enhance luminescence. Yeah. So this is what we've done. In combination with lanthanides. But we also work with metal clusters. So in this case, but the compounds are emissive. It's not really a plasmonic effect, which is a field enhancement. It's really emission of light after absorption of light.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I don't have a background in fluorescent materials, so it might be completely off topic, but did you look into toxicity of the material? Because you are talking about like embedding it into different plastics and so on for, I guess, commercial applications. So did you run any overview, or like did you run any study onto that?
What we normally do are stability tests, and we do also toxicity tests, but since we're chemists or physicists, we're not allowed to do it ourselves. So we do have collaboration partners from Free University biologists or from other institutes which do these tox assays for us. So we want to make sure that we do not release toxic waste, and we naturally want to make sure that the materials are stable under application-relevant conditions.
Are there more questions? No? Then I have a last question maybe to you, because personally I always think it's important also to see your private motivation, yeah?
Yeah.
So you're a researcher, yeah?
Yeah.
And do you think you've found something very interesting, maybe an invention, and you want to commercialize it, or do you want to stay
Honestly,
at the research institution?
It's I would like to be involved in commercialization because actually, no, I'm doing also a lot of basic research. But when I started applying for a job, I was pretty much into selling products because I found this very interesting. Because for me, this was always a value to make a product and to sell it to people who want it. So there, I could imagine to do both.
So we have here a CTO and a third person.
It's more, I would like to contribute or be advisor for a company, something like this, because I'm not sure whether I would be good in founding a company, because then for me it would be a lot of stress when you have any leisure time. For me it was like, well, I'm losing money. So, but this was maybe the wrong attitude.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. There's another question. So we still have time. We use this time.
I would like to respond to that, what you said. Contact us, come over to us. I'm the community leader of House of Systems Change. It's a community for social entrepreneurs, and we would love to get your input. So there you have your match. You can help our social entrepreneurs on their way to produce and sell these products.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Great. Yeah, the first offer. Yeah, it's also interesting, I think, for you. I asked this question because my experience is that it's very important also to make clear, to make sure what is your role. Yeah, if you're starting a company, maybe the researcher don't want to be part of this company. Yeah,
sure.
Sometimes they want to be part. I also know some engineers, who in the end had to be the CEO, because there was nobody else, who did this. And
I know such companies as well.
It can also work, But normally, I think it's good to have different roles in a team, and especially the engineers normally are also the CTOs in the team. And I think it's also important once you talk to Ute afterwards, also to make sure that the roles are clear, not only to understand what you're doing, also what is the motivation, So if there are special questions for you, where do we find you?
Just right over there.
Okay. So
over in the corner.
Over there in the corner, we will have the possibility to ask you during
where there's
the
a lot
breaks.
of light and where it's flashy. There you find me.
Yeah, and you're quite colorful,
Yeah, that's the reason. I mean, you see those, I like colors.
So no problem to find Ute. Yeah, thank you very much. Great presentation. We will now have another presentation. This presentation is from Tim Fellinger, and the title here is in German. I will say it in German. It's about Entwicklung von verlustarmen hochkapazitativen Anodenmaterialien für Natrium-Ionen-Batterien. It's very complicated, but I'm sure that Tim, you will make it easy to understand what you're doing. Please, the stage is yours, and we're quite excited about your presentation. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Steffen. Hi everybody. I'm Tim, also from that research institution that is having this catchy German name, Bundesanstalt für Materialforschung und Bundesanstalt für Materialforschung und Prüfung, or like you would say, BAM is maybe more easy to remember. The title is complex, but the view or the perspectives that I would like to share with you is maybe not that complicated. Currently, we don't see the presentation here, so maybe you can put the slides. Okay. It's the next one. Okay, yeah. So I would like to share my perspective on modern energy conversion technologies that are currently popping up in the context of what we are discussing, circular economy, but also just in context of the energy change. So we talk about battery cars, for example. We talk about fuel cells, electrolysis to produce hydrogen that we urgently need for our hydrogen economy. That is our plan. And yeah, modern energy technologies. And my perspective on this is that most of those technologies are not really that modern. They're just established because now we have business cases, simply because we are fighting against fossil consumption. And the situation for that is that, of course, there's a lot of engineering to be done, but the general principles are well known. And so we should already now ask what are the next generations of those devices and how can we contribute to those innovations and generate the next generation devices here and already now. So just to give you an idea, those modern energy conversion technologies are based on chemical products, really. So I'm a chemist. I'm not advertising only chemistry, but it's really the case for all those technologies. So in batteries, most of the material is the chemical. They're separated by some components that are passive, but technically you have active materials that are produced in large scale, and we need to produce them in super large scales and in a sustainable fashion, and they should not be composed of rare earth metals, for example. In electrolysis and fuel cells, it's a little bit different. So it's not the majority of the weight of the devices that are based on those high-tech materials, but the key component is always a material again, a catalyst that can allow to efficiently run this material, those devices. And so the next generation devices will always be based on a materials innovation. And now if we have basically a drop-in technology, so if we have devices, we know how to operate them, but we need to exchange the active material, how can we be fast and how can we bring this innovation into the market? This is the general idea here. And here's one example. So we are working on different type of new energy conversion technologies. For example, batteries, especially sodium-ion batteries, which is a considered next generation battery that is currently making a lot of, having a lot of media attention. And also precious metal-free electrolysis or fuel cell materials. And here's one example. This is the sodium-ion batteries. So here I could follow the research quite well and could see the development, and now I see basically press releases on a daily basis coming out. So in 1995, there was a publication on the key material that is used in those new type of batteries applied to lithium-ion batteries. And back then it was clear that another material, graphite, was outperforming this material. So it was just a side branch for a long time where people would look at. And then in 2015, people really understood a key innovation on those materials. And then it took only from 2015 to 2021 until this was completely exploited. So until the performance of those materials was improved in a way that it's commercially interesting. And then at the same time, essentially CATL, that's the biggest battery producer in the world, was announcing that they have those cells ready. So from 2015 on, in research and industry, people were developing those new cells, and then they came on the market in 2021. And now in 2023, the first sodium-ion battery car should be released in China. So this is super fast. And I think we really need to work on the materials innovation and connect them to the producers of the technologies that we are able to basically generate those new innovations. And my concept from a chemist point of view is here to have basically a materials platform or different materials platforms that can be flexibly used to be able to implement those materials innovations as fast as possible and directly deliver it to the final application. So here we have those boxes, those colorful boxes here. You can see how one can structure the morphology of materials by changing one simple parameter, and we generate different porosities in those materials. This is a key function to make those materials work. And then we have basically a platform of different types of materials that have the general function that we need. And then we can change the chemical properties that are giving the total function in sodium-ion batteries as well as in electrolysis cells, by a transformation procedure in which you basically can use the platform and then modify it very simple to a product that can have, instead of this template iron, how I would call it, so a template, a placeholder, can be substituted to iron or cobalt or nickel, or different types of metals, and those will always lead to materials with very different function. So the platform can be used to basically produce materials for different applications such as batteries and supercapacitors. An iron NC material, where you have the iron used in the last step, would be a functional material for so-called PEM fuel cells, so hydrogen-oxygen fuel cells. If a nickel is used, we have so-called CO2 electrolysis cells in which CO2 can be converted into useful chemicals such as methane, carbon monoxide, synthesis gas. And we are able to flexibly react on materials innovations in the field and develop new materials that can be directly put into the production line of those new energy technologies. Yeah, now I'm happy to receive some questions.
Yeah, are there any questions? There's one question. You can have this.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. The question about the porosity, other than it will create like more lightweight materials, why it is so important?
Yeah, very good question. So the keyword here is mass transport. So we want to have energy conversion, and that always works by chemical conversions. So we have always chemical reactions happening, and those are happening at the surface of those platform materials. So somehow the chemicals must go in, must be converted, and must go out. And the higher the surface area and the better the transport porosity, the more efficient are those devices. That was not on purpose.
Another question?
Yeah. Porosity will increase the space. As porosity increases, the space will also increase. So battery size, I suppose, will increase.
Yeah, so there's a trade-off to be found. So the right porosity needs to be found. It depends on the application. If we talk about batteries, those pores, are in the sub-nanometer range. Yeah, for graphite, this is 1/3 of a nanometer. So it's within the particle, and it will not directly increase the battery size. There are, of course, pores between the particles, so porosity is a complex topic. But this is currently already the case. So the idea is to have a platform that fits the application, where the porosity fits the size of the device.
Okay, my second question is, what is the cost of making this, and is it comparable to what we are having right now?
The question is, what are reasonable costs, of course. So what I can say is that those procedures are also a type of drop-in technology, not for the application, but for the production process. And they are, let's say, very close to the production process of activated carbons. It's different, and those materials will be certainly more expensive, but you probably also don't want to have a high-tech product sold for, I don't know, €2 per kilogram. So I would say, as compared to current state-of-the-art materials, much cheaper.
Okay, thank you.
More questions? Raise your hands. There's a question. Sandra hinten.
So lately you see a lot of cobalt mining on Instagram, how it's affecting the earth. So is this sodium-ion battery that you're talking about a solution to that? And when do you think it will erase all the cobalt mining things? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Very important question. Yes, sodium-ion batteries are for that reason in the media, also because they don't need cobalt at all. Also no copper, for example. And my honest opinion on that is that also for lithium-ion batteries, this problem will be solved with time, depending on the application. For some high-duty, high-performance applications, we may need it. But there are attempts and already many successful results also showing that we don't need it. It's not absolutely necessary, but for sodium-ion batteries is for no case necessary. Well, so the question is how much time it will take to take over this market. I wouldn't say that the sodium-ion batteries will take over the lithium-ion battery market. We currently have a huge demand in lithium-ion batteries, so huge that we cannot fulfill the needs. And so an incoming sodium-ion battery technology is very helpful. However, the lithium-ion batteries perspectively will always have higher performance. So for really high performance applications, I would always think that lithium-ion batteries will be the better choice. But we don't have the choice. We cannot only use lithium-ion batteries. We need way more batteries.
Are there more questions? So if there is no question, just to make sure that I understood or you understood the idea right, I think we are not talking about developing a new product. The idea is to have a platform, right? So in the end, it's a software, or?
No,
or
it's
what is a platform?
It's a material. It's a material. So
yeah,
a product is
maybe
not.
I can explain a little bit because it's not so
okay.
easy to understand, I think.
Very good. So a product, from a chemist's point of view, a material that is produced, like activated carbons, or in cosmetics, creams, powders. That is the product of a chemist here, and it's the core or the heart of the application of the new energy devices, such as fuel cells, batteries, etc. So. And the development from a new material to the new battery, the, let's say, technical product, is a relatively short time if it's a drop-in technology. So if we exactly know what to do with the material, then it will not take much time to make new technical products. But here is the idea to early develop the platform materials that they are available, and we can produce them quickly in large amounts as soon as we know, okay, now we know how to make them so good that they will perform well. Because this time span is normally quite long. The producers of technical products hear very late about new innovations in materials, and then they don't know how to produce the materials and maybe don't find anyone who can produce them. And we need to be fast if we want to have development timelines like CATL and the Chinese car producers currently.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting to see that China's ahead here in this topic. Normally, we talk about China as maybe second mover, but they're getting closer and they're getting first movers here, in battery technologies. They are way ahead.
In our field, they are way ahead. You can see here this timeline. Yeah. And in 1995, that was a Canadian group, but from 2015, that's a Japanese-Chinese collaboration, if you want so. So they really lead also the research here in this field.
And also in artificial intelligence, And
not my topic.
Yeah, it's not your topic, but I also asked this question to you if it's a software, because I know a startup called Quantistry. I don't know if you heard about Quantistry, and they are simulating the development of materials via a software, and they're using artificial intelligence. So maybe this is competition for you.
This is competition, and if you're interested in that, at BAM we do exactly this as well. I'm not involved into that, but we also try to use those artificial intelligences, make materials, theoretical materials platforms, and simulate properties and also procedures to prepare them.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Maybe there are more questions now. One question.
What is the complete physical structure for your new generation of batteries?
The complete structure as compared to the current structure? Okay, so for lithium-ion batteries on this side of the electrode, we have graphite. You can imagine graphite as a stack of paper, and you put ions into the stack. So you have relatively few, not the rolling of the electrode. That will be identical. The powder is made of a stacked material, and you can insert ions, and that's how you store lithium. For each lithium, you can store one electron. Sorry, I didn't hear it. It's expanding by 13% or something, so it's not completely stable, but we can deal with it. We have lithium-ion batteries in our pockets, no problem. Those materials are called hard carbons because they don't expand. And the storage mechanism is not that the ions are basically one by one, it's called intercalated in the distance between the plates, but there are holes, pores inside in which you can put like small bubbles basically of metal. So you have more storage space. So the comment is that you might have problems with the speed of charging or discharging. This is not what is observed for sodium-ion batteries, because the diffusion mechanisms are different as compared to lithium-ion batteries. But it will depend on the material. So graphite is a crystalline material. You can calculate the diffusion constant or the speed of the ions. Those materials are comparable to glasses. the structures come into, like I was showing here, in different ways. You can synthesize them differently. So the diffusion through that material will be faster than through that material. So we have a broader range of properties.
More questions? No, I don't think so. So
okay, I have a strategical spot close to the fridge, so if you want to see me there, just drop by.
Thank you very much, Tim. Yeah. Yeah, I always like to hear those new engineering ideas and research ideas. But now we come to circular economy. And in Berlin, there's an institution called Circular Berlin. Yeah. And we now will have a little presentation, a little spotlight on what Circular Berlin is doing later on. Yeah. There will be a workshop, and Circular Berlin want to connect you, students to researchers, business to engineering, and so on. So please, Candela Fernandez, come here. The stage is yours, and you will present Circular Connect. That's the topic, So I hope you're already prepared, because we are a few minutes in front, but I see you over there. Okay, great. Okay, Dina. So this is Dina Paralkina. We already know each other, so that's why I know your name. It's not so easy, Paralkina, but I hope it's right. Yeah. If it doesn't work,
let me check. Okay, it's
please.
Working. Hello. It's almost correct. So Dina Padalkina. Nice to meet you all. I don't know. We shared today 2 slides, but I don't know if they will show up today or not. I think, no.
Wrong direction.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, they are here. I'm quickly substituting my colleague Candela, who actually now brought us together into this event as well. And as I said, my name is Dina Padalkina. I'm from one of the co-organizers of today's event from Circular Berlin. And we are a local NGO here in Berlin for the topic of circular economy, and we try to progress with that already since several years, and I'm very happy to see so many faces today also who are interested in this also from research perspective. What we do, basically, we do knowledge building, community building, and education. That's the main 3 focuses for us. And just to be sure that I click next slide, it's still not the right one, this one. Today we are here partner for the format Circular Connect. So what it is about is mainly to bring you all together in this offline format. I have to come here, sorry. It's really improvisation right now. So it's really bring you together for the offline format, because we do believe the whole magic actually happens when you connect to each other and when you talk to each other and when you exchange with your ideas. Not only listen to presentations, but also actually know how you can contribute to each other and how you can exchange. That's why we introduced today our format, Circular Connect, and maybe you already noticed, some of you in the beginning, by registration, there are Omar and Candela standing also supporting us, and they have 2 boards there. One is about what you can offer in terms of your knowledge, skills, or maybe background ideas, and another one, what you're looking for. Maybe you look for particular support, as some of our research partners who present there, maybe some fundings, maybe some skills. And we do encourage you to come there and basically communicate it on a physical board, where we, over the day, we will take a look and try to matchmake it. That's one first important step. And last but not least, stay with us till the end of the day, because then we have a speed dating format with you, where we all kind of try to have an icebreaker for communications who may be a bit shy during the day, but could do it afternoon, and hope there will be a lot of collaboration coming out from that, and we can catch up on that. That's basically my input in these 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Maybe there's a question to you? At the moment, no questions? So great. So now we have a little break, yeah? We are a little bit ahead, that's good. So we will continue at 3 o'clock here on the stage, and we will have 2 parallel workshops. Sandra, the other workshop room is over there, I think, yeah? Okay, it's over there. We have 2 workshop rooms. One workshop will be here on stage at 3 o'clock. The topic is how Mittelstand and startups can grow together, yeah? And it's done by Arndt Friedrichs and Dr. Gröldal, yeah? If you want, you can advertise a little bit for your workshop now, yeah? Please come here. And the other workshops will be done by my colleague at Vista, yeah? I'm glad that you are here, yeah? Ravat Chamas, and by Aleftina it's not so easy, Aleftina, yeah? It's okay if I say Aleftina to you. Maybe you can also come here to advertise a little bit for your workshop, yeah? 3 o'clock here on stage, Dr. Arndt Friedrichs and Dr. Gröndal, and 3 o'clock over there in the workshop room, Aleftina and Ravat. And the topic of Aleftina and Ravat is boosting collaboration challenges between researchers and startups. So who wants to advertise a little bit? No one. Okay, then we have a little break now. You can come here if you want to advertise. I mean, the people can take a coffee, but I think it's loud enough. They can hear you, yeah?
Hello, I'm Arndt Friedrichs, and together with my colleague Peter Gröndal, we speak about the thing how can startups and corporates work together, and how can I find startups, and how can they start, and that's the idea. Then see you here on the main stage.
Great, thank you.
Aber ihr dürft es euch ruhig gemütlich machen. Ja? Genau, nur nicht zu nah an die Box, also macht es euch ruhig gemütlich.
Also, Mittagspause ist zu Ende, kommt zurück zur Hauptbühne zum Workshop How Mittelstand and Startup Can Grow Together. Wir sind Arndt und okay, yeah. Sorry. So please come back to the stage. We start now with the workshop How Mittelstand and Startup Can Grow Together. We are Arndt and
Ja.
Ich bin noch, Entschuldigung, ich bin auf Deutsch einfach im Kopf gewesen. You can bring your drinks and coffee to the main stage. The workshop is starting in 3 minutes. Yeah, there's another workshop in V1, and it's boosting collaboration challenges between researchers and startup. Tina is in the blue jacket. Help me again. You can go to the first, second row, so then we have no speak too loud. So it's great. You are more in the auditorium than we are on stage, so it seems that we can start now. Sandra, can you help us to? Oh, it's working. Yeah, thanks. So thank you again for inviting us to speaking about the topic growth through cooperation. And before we start, I would interested in, are you from the corporate side or are you students? So who of you is a student? And others from corporates? Oh, yeah, there's one more than one. Okay, thanks. So then let us introduce Peter.
So we are happy to have you here. We are in competition with another workshop, so thank you very much for coming. We will talk about cooperation between startups and established companies. Big companies, but also medium-sized companies. And Before we start, we would like to introduce ourselves just shortly, and I will take over to introduce Arndt. So Arndt is everything that I am not, so that means he is a technical guy, he's engineer, he is technology expert. All these things I only partially understand, and so we are complementing each other quite well. We have a consulting company based in Görlitz, in Saxonia, and in Frankfurt.
Yeah, the same is for Peter. I can say he's the thing what I'm not. So I'm a doctor, he's a professor, and Peter is in the field of for Pluvis for strategy and also innovation. And before he worked worldwide for companies in Japan, in the US, consulting in this building businesses and business development. And now let's start.
So I'm maybe taking over more the theory part, and the practical things are fortunately explained by Arndt. Pluvis, as I mentioned, we are based in Görlitz and in Frankfurt, and we see our main purpose in developing future scenarios and helping in developing innovation plans. And one of the key parts of our consulting business is to link startups with medium-sized companies. We are more specializing in medium-sized companies and trying to find startups, but the cooperation is a key to any kind of progress in innovation today, and therefore so important.
Yeah, and there we try to fit. We are also kind of a matchmaking company to bring both sides of the medal together.
So let me just give a short introduction to cooperation. So cooperation is obviously the key element of a network economy. And as network economy is trying to link people and companies in an intelligent way, it is very close to the idea of circular economy, in the sense that we try to develop sustainability, sustainable solutions. And in this case, we put emphasis today in this little workshop on cooperation. And I would like to tell you first what is exactly cooperation, or let's say what is not cooperation. As you probably know, the story of the chicken and the pig deciding to create a joint venture, and the pig is asking, what's your idea about that joint venture? And the chicken is answering, the idea is to produce ham and eggs. This is an unfair cooperation because one of two will die, and this is not a sustainable solution. So this is definitely not what cooperation is about. Cooperation is always a win-win strategy. And so next chart, please. Another point to decide or to define what is cooperation is to differentiate it from incubation and from investment. Incubation, you all know what that means, because we are in an incubation center here. Investment is everything that is linked to financial transactions. So I take a share in another company in order to produce a financial return. So both are not cooperation. Cooperation means that both companies cooperating stay independent economically and legally. Next one. Here are just some examples. Incubation again is the ZIP where we are now, where we are today. Cooperation could be an example. Let's take McDonald's has a licensing agreement with Coca-Cola. and this allows to sell drinks all over the world. Investment is what Microsoft did with OpenAI. For the JetGPT, they have taken a share of, I think, 49%, anyway, a minority share in OpenAI, and invest heavily in order to use the result of artificial intelligence for their own network in the sense of Bing and Teams and so on. So, next one. What is special about cooperation between established companies and startups? The special thing is that two sides are completely different. So in size and experience, in customer base, in financial resources, and so on. So it's a kind of asymmetric cooperation. And we are talking today about asymmetric cooperation. We are not talking about McDonald's and Coca-Cola, which is not asymmetric, obviously, but these are both global market leaders. But here we talk about asymmetric, which can cause problems, but also develop opportunities. And to give you an example, on one hand, we have probably solid customer base. On the other hand, we have expansion into new market segments. We have on one side financial and human resources. On the other side, we have a new innovation system. On one side, we have proven management processes versus agile corporate culture. And to bring these two elements together is the idea of an asymmetric cooperation concept. The motivation on both sides are, of course, different. And but I don't want to read all these points, but if you look at some of them, you will see that there are just the two sides of one coin. So that means, in a sense, both sides, for example, can improve the image. One company, the established company, can improve its image by showing that they are innovative, that they are up to date. The other side can improve the image in the sense of credibility and trust, for example, in negotiating with banks for credits and so on. So next one. It is already quite common that large corporations, I took the example, as I'm from Frankfurt, the example of a Darmstadt-based company, Merck, the medical or chemistry company. Merck has developed lab collaboration centers all over the world, especially in the US and in Asia. And they offer support for startups in order to help them develop their ideas. It's a kind of also incubation center, but with the background of creating cooperation contracts with these startups. And I just read a case from December last year that they have cooperated with a Japanese startup, a company created around the University of Kobe. And the idea is to make it very simple. Merck is able to license one of their key concepts to penetrate the Japanese market. And on the other side, there are a lot of advantages for the startup of scaling their business model worldwide, because Merck has a worldwide presence in the markets. So that is a typical win-win situation. And the next chart, unfortunately, among medium-sized companies, the cooperation idea is not yet so popular. So only 1/3 of middle-sized companies in Germany use cooperation. And more than that, only 57% of all companies in Germany operate cooperations, whereas in Italy, for example, it's 90%. Again, unfortunately, this happens more and more often. Germany is one of the last in the list of countries within Europe to go that way, although it seems to be so promising. Of course, a cooperation decision is the cooperation decision is, of course, a future decision, as every decision is future decision. There's nothing to decide on the past. This is already all decided. And we have developed our concept of successful decisions for the future in a book that will appear in the forthcoming month. Final element within this book, but also within our workshop today, will be a very simple concept. So we believe that an innovation system is necessary not only for companies in general, but also to decide on the right approach for corporations. And these three elements are the value proposition that has to be strong to solve a concrete problem. Secondly, to have a added value strategies. That means to develop values within the processes of the company. And the third thing is to have a strong communication, because you can have the best product if nobody knows about it, that will be not a success in the market. So these three elements have to be taken into account, and for every company we can suggest a short, quick checkup, quick test, and we will also do it here now to see how that works, because in the center of all is the customer experience. The CX means customer experience, and only the customer experience can be the standard for success in order to see if these three elements work well together. So Arndt will take over at that point and give you first an example on how that works in practical life.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Before we go into deep in your own ideas of your business model or your company, there's a case study of a German consumer goods company, and you have an initial situation. You have a more or less strong value proposition, and you have an extremely strong added value. But on the other side, you have a lack of competencies in the field of communication. So that means there's a technology-driven company with efficient production processes. You have problem-solving skills at the level of the strongest competitor. But you have extreme weaknesses in the field of communication. And since the customer benefit is only insufficiently, the innovation system is related weak. That means that we have to build up or pump up the field of communication. You can do this by your own. You can hire employees in this field of communication, or you can hire an agency. But in the field of cooperation, we think in another way. And the thing is, the cooperation with a startup specializing in social media marketing leads to improved customer relationships, the advantage of perceived problem-solving competencies, and further positive synergies. And the startup benefits in stronger brand awareness and in the development of new markets and rising income. So that means the one side for the corporate, it's very interesting. There are a kind of knowledge which comes over the corporation. On the other side, for the startup, it comes in licenses to bring this information to the corporate. And also, what's very important, you have the CX element, the customer experience is now from the button to a certain level. So the next thing is, Peter mentioned it, we try to do this by yourself. We have two QR codes. There's an English and a German version. And you can take your smartphones and maybe a if it don't work from the back, you can go closer to the screen and take the English or German one. Did you found us? And now you can scroll. There are a couple of questions where you can describe your idea, your company, your startup, and then you have to shortly type in assigned and your email, and then you get information about your special system, innovation system, and also weaknesses or strengths. Somebody of you has the first three results? So this check-up is a really roughly overview about your innovation system. It's with a really high flying height and gives you first insights. And also dealing with the results, there's no one way. There are different possibilities how you can deal with your results. The best way is in cooperation to improve your strengths. But also you can look, do you have certain weaknesses in a field, and then you can think about what kind of cooperation can work, mostly in your case with established company, or in the other side with a startup. And if you have somebody of your results with the 3 circles. Ah, cool. It seems from here really well balanced. And then what we have, if you scroll a little bit down, you have an kind of a template or worksheet, and you can download this. We have it here also in paper, where you can create a search profile. For cooperation between established companies and startup. So that's what we develop, and this is what you can use then for identifying or selecting your partner in cooperation if you go the next step. So are there some questions to your results, or maybe you come from corporate, or do you have some cooperation with startups?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, not.
Sorry.
And why?
It's a small company, it's a small media company.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I mean, kind of corporate, but small.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. But it's very interesting. There's no cooperation with startups, so it's like you're absolutely in a trend, and that's fine. So here you have the search profiles for the startups. Then you can go in, and we have identified the industry, the focus. What is your main focus? What do you plan? Type of cooperation. What are your goals? It's very important that you have specific goals, and also the requirement for the startup and for the corporate. And one point is the company culture and also the time frame. So it's a little bit, it's a pity that we couldn't speak with Simon Blickensdorfer directly. So there are hundreds, thousands of types of cooperation, and so then we made a short video clip with Simon from Blino, and this is a small startup based in Switzerland, and they have a partnership with Monday. Monday, maybe some of you know Monday. It's a project management tool with about now 2,000 people, and I know Simon 4 years ago there was a startup within 1.5 people, or 75% people, and now there are 10 people in Switzerland, and they are the strongest partner in Switzerland for Monday. And Simon explains a little bit how's the cooperation and why he went to this way in cooperation. We prepared a video, and I hope it's now buffered and we can start. Okay, maybe some more questions. It should work.
Simon, hello. Nice to meet you again, and greetings from Berlin to Switzerland.
Hi, Arndt.
And thank you again that you take part in this new form and to grow to corporations. So then I will start with the first question. Simon, can you briefly describe your startup in one sentence, and how does it contribute to sustainability and circular economy?
Yes, of course. So like we are a no-code agency, like based here in Switzerland, that specialize in building bespoke digital solutions for our clients, utilizing the incredible flexibility and rapid deployment capabilities of no-code software. So this approach ensures optimal research usage of the companies and enhances marketing position, paving the way for sustainable innovation and grow. Yeah.
Okay. So then the next thing, how did your startup initiate a cooperation with Monday.com, and what factors led to the decision to work with an established company in your industry?
Yeah, our startup initiated the cooperation with Monday.com by recognizing the potential of the powerful no-code platform, because we have used it for our company, which aligned like with our mission to deliver tailored digital solutions for our clients. So these factors for collaborating with Monday.com, including their status as an established business, their strong market presence in Europe, and like their exceptional partnership program, which is really, really good in my opinion. Like while Monday is focusing on selling their software, we as no-code agency doing the professional service, we providing professional service to customers and build with Monday.com and other software solutions. So when both parties, or as both parties grow, we could multiply revenue and increase customer satisfaction a lot.
So what have been the main benefits and challenges of collaborating with Monday, and how has it impacted the growth of your startup?
Yeah, like collaborating with Money.com has provided our startup with enhanced credibility, access to tools and resources, and new market opportunities, providing growth and expansion for us. As an example, we started by serving only customers in Switzerland, and meanwhile, approximately 60 to 70% of our new customers are located in other countries. So it also helped us to grow outside of our country and to find new customers and building up networks worldwide. So the challenges which comes with the partnerships are that each company has different goals. Yeah. So Monday wants to sell license and grow revenue by selling, and we are more focused on providing professional service. That means we have to find the middle ground that suits both parties. Yeah. Another challenge is the dependency on Money.com, because for Money.com we are one of many partners, and for us Money.com is our main partner. So that means you always have to keep that dependency in your mind and include it in your daily decisions, that you don't grow this dependency much more. Yeah. Because Monday is the big player and we are the small player. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you for this. It's very interesting insight. Yeah. Then I can just say thank you again for your very interesting insights in your company and the cooperation with Monday. And yeah, thanks.
Yeah, welcome. So advice for all who are sitting there, work together with others, because you have a smaller piece of the cake, but the cake in the end is much bigger. So both parties win. So work together, guys. And yeah, wish you a nice day.
Thank you.
Okay, back again on stage. Thank you to Simon. He sends greetings to Berlin from Switzerland. So, and now I would, Bastian, can you come up on stage? So there are a lot of different kinds of cooperations, and we have a startup here.
Hi.
Bastian.
Hello.
And
Ladislav.
Ladislav, yeah. Yeah. And we speak also a little bit about the thing, cooperation, what does it mean for you, barriers, and so on. But at the beginning, let's explain a little bit about your startup and your contribution to circular economy.
Yeah, no problem. So, yeah, we're a startup here based in Berlin. And maybe you know those unpackaged stations where you can fill in your bulk goods for, like, yeah, sustainability, for buying them in a sustainable way. And yeah, our challenge is to revolutionize this unpackaged shopping. And therefore we built a smart and automated dispenser for those dry products. And also we're trying to establish two reusable cycles, one for the customer box that you can go home with and pay a little price for it and then get it back, and also for the refill container. And that's something new in the market, that also the refill container can be like sent back to the producer, getting refilled again, washed, and then back to the supermarket. That's like the whole thing.
Okay, thank you. So, Bastian, what contributes to your decision to go with as an established company and go in a corporation? You are in a closer cooperation, I think, or?
Yeah, it's like he invested in us, okay. And like that's what led to this was we need some for building a physical product. You need some financial basis and also market know-how and know-how from a bigger player, and that's why we chose to go to a partner. But at first it wasn't like yeah, we searched for somebody. We just wanted some feedback on our idea. And then he said, yeah, well, this idea is very good. I'd like to invest. And he also can provide us with like know-how and resources because he is in the same field. And that was like by chance. It was good for us, but we didn't like research for it. But I would recommend it for anyone.
Okay, so you started. So how do you start it directly? So you maybe.
Can you please repeat the
how do you start this cooperation directly? Then how you fill it with life?
Yes, first we met in a video meeting, and then we shared our product or our idea. And yeah, he just listened first, and then he was, as my colleague already said, interested in this whole idea. And we didn't even expect or were looking for an investor. We just wanted to have some feedback. And then he said, let's do it. And yes, the next steps we then figured out how can we finish it from a legal point of view. And then, yes, we met in another meeting and so on.
Okay, thanks. So what are the main benefits for you?
Yes.
Your company? And also one second question, do you think the benefits for the established company?
Yes. We benefited from the resources we actually got. I mean, this is a big company. The established one is a big company. We got advice for legal questions. We also got some resources from the production side. He is a big manufacturer for all kinds of retail products, so he has a lot of machines that can help us. And yeah, I would say the biggest benefit we got was 2 months ago we were at the fair, the Euro shop, and we were there with our partner on the biggest stand on this fair. So we kind of got the reach a big company has in this area, in this business area, or in this market. So yeah, to sum it up, we actually, as a small startup, got the chance to talk to a lot of important persons. For example, decision maker from Lidl and Rewe stores. And yes, this was our biggest benefit so far. And yes, their benefit, I would say, is they kind of have an image upgrade. I mean, they put us on their internet, on the website, and they say like we are working together with a sustainable startup. And yes, they are also in their processes. What we figured out, they started like some years ago to actually make their company sustainable, and they put a lot of work into green, how do you say it? Green solutions. So yeah, we are kind of part of it.
Okay, Bastian, have you some points to this question? On the other side, I can go to the next one. Where there is not always sun, there's sometimes clouds. So what were barriers, hurdles, obstacles during this collaboration, or this during your way in a collaboration with an established company, maybe speed thing or something like this?
Yeah, so I would say it was pretty hard to get the workflow right, because big company, they have a different sense of size and resources, and if we try to do something, they just say, okay, just do it. And we're like, hey, we don't have the resources to do this, and that's it needed a lot of communication to get to the point that we can say, okay, now we are working together on something, and not like he's working his way and we're working our way. And also like the speed we have as a startup to make a steep progress, and everything around this is like new for a company like this. And also they lack of experience in the startup world. That's a fact, and yeah, that's something you need to work around at first, and then get together, communicate a lot to get over those hurdles. But at the beginning it was hard to get things done like the way we want it and also the way they want it.
Thanks. Also, a question in this direction, how you settled all these things like patents, like contracts, financial aspects. So how was this process?
For us, it was new. So it was like everything we did was new for us, and like for them also we sense a little bit new. So yeah, we have some partners. We talk to like all those legal supporters, I would say, to get those things done. But also like this big player can help with those things. They have their infrastructure for those legal advice, and they helped us also to understand what we are doing here. What is the legal ground we are standing on, and they wanted to work with us. So that's where we are not expecting something bad from them, and it helped to have someone who knows what they are doing a little bit better than we.
Okay, but that's absolutely interesting. So a question, do you think to go just in this cooperation, or did you plan different cooperation maybe at this time?
Well, I would say as of right now, we are feeling a lot of trust actually from this company. So we are not really planning on, talk to other companies or switching maybe, like the main investor or the main believer. So as of right now, no, I would say no. We are happy. We get pretty much everything that we think that we need right now. We get a lot of help and support, and yes, also whenever our product is done, I mean, we have this reach in this market, and actually that's the biggest player in Europe. Yes, the biggest player in Europe, one of the biggest worldwide, so probably there's no better.
So seeing the future, what are your plans in field of kind of cooperation?
Yeah, I think to get a little bit better in like the communication way and the workflow way, I would say, because there are some things we need to work on, but it's good right now, but it could be better in this way. And also to I would say that's the whole point. Yeah, to like get the communication a little bit better and then work together better, because we have some points with them where they're a big tank of company and we're a little startup, so we're trying to get our processes done, and they're just sitting there, okay, wait, if we want to change this, we need to wait 3 months to get it done. And that's something we try to work on with them together, and that's one thing we try to.
Just to know, how's the size of the big company and your company? You are 3 or 4?
We're 4 right now, so 4 founders, and the big company, it's like right now, I think about 1,000 people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, worldwide.
That's not so easy.
In Germany, it's like about 300, I would say. I think, yeah.
Okay, yeah, very interesting. So, the last point, how do you deal with, Simon mentioned it, the dependencies from the big company. So, in this cooperation, so you say Monday is the big one and we are the small one. How do you deal with this with your company? The other one is also the big one and you're the small one.
Yes, well, the size, since they're a bigger established company, usually when we ask for advice, let's say, they kind of say it like, do it this way or this way, but they don't have a feeling for the resources we actually have. So there's like always a miscommunication in this part. They think we can get things quicker done than we actually can. And yes, we have to redefine or better these dependencies, and yes.
Thanks.
I think we're disrupting their structure. I think we're just disrupting them, because we like try to get new ways to get new lanes, and they need to restructure their structure for us to get things better done, or like get a better feeling for us. So that's also a thing.
Thank you both, and also your way. It's very interesting. It's also a kind of cooperation. And now I think we can 2 or 3 questions. Maybe can you the microphone? There were one question from from the audience.
Which channels or platforms did you use to first get in contact or find possible cooperation partners? And how did you initiate the first contact?
Standing round? Yeah. So that's a fun story because we didn't really search for an investor. We were just like trying to get a feedback, and then we get a contact over the HWR, over my prof, and yeah, they said, okay, I got a contact here. That's a pretty big player. You can ask them for feedback for your idea. And we're just like, okay, let's ask him. Then we get the video meeting with him, and like just told him our idea. It was nothing done at this point. We just said our PowerPoint and like a short video of our idea. And yeah, then he said, okay, it's pretty cool. I give him thumbs up, and I would like to invest. So that's something we don't have to deal with. But I would say the way over like the HWR or like go to somebody who knows somebody is a pretty good way. Because you don't need to search on the internet for business angels or something like this. Just get a network, and then talk to people. I would say this is a better way of dealing with those things.
Yeah, that's a short advertisement for the HWR. Are there another question? So otherwise we would go. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just curious. It sounds like you're partly disrupting your partner, but they're also disrupting you a little bit. And have they kind of in some way halted your creativity? Do you feel like, are you sometimes being less daring or less innovative because of this partner? Or yeah, just curious.
Yes, good question. Yes, we are disrupting them a little bit, and they're disrupting us a little bit. And yes, I wouldn't say that we kind of lost the motivation to for the innovation we are trying to establish, but yes, sometimes it is a little bit tougher than we actually expected because, yeah, let's say hard questions. We are getting asked hard questions, and we gotta be prepared for the questions and have good answers. So, yes.
Also to understand that they are investing in you. So, right? So
yes.
Yeah, so obviously there are strings attached to that investment. I mean, it's not just an open partnership because, yeah, they're helping to fund you.
So,
I mean, there must be sort of some conditions of, you know, of yeah, with the partnership.
Yeah, so there are some part of conditions. So they don't want something back from us. They want that we can work freely. That's something we agreed on. And there's not such a thing like in June you're done with that. So that's not something. But we feel the pressure. So they're asking, like my colleague said, there are questions, and we need to have answers for these questions. And we know that those questions are coming. So we work a little bit differently because we know we need to explain things, and that's something I would not say that this is holding us back. I would more say it is like motivating us because we have deadlines all the time, and that's something that you can work. Yeah, we can work pretty good with, but it's also hard because you have every time there's someone looking over your shoulder.
Yeah. Thank you again, you both, and you can look the website prevec.com, and it's pity that we cannot see the device here, but maybe in 3 or 4 months, weeks.
In the future,
in the near future,
maybe you can see us in the stores, and then you think about us.
Okay, thank you. And you asked a question to where can I find those investors or partners or cooperation partners? And we named this jungle of possibilities. There were hundreds, thousands of possibilities where you can find your cooperation partner. And here I wrote where to find it. You have network events, incubators, accelerator, you have online platforms, you have industry events, you have matchmaking companies like Bluevis, where you can go to those companies and say, I look at cooperation with AI company, or on the other side with a Mittelstand company. You have awards, and all these, there are on the one side you have Mittelstand or established companies, on the other side startups, and it's good goes further in universities, institutes, social media, also venture capital firms. There are a lot, thousands. So you have to go and make the first step or the second step, and think where you can find these guys. One thing, again, we spoke, or Peter spoke about incubators. It's the same, incubators. It's mostly interesting for established companies where you can find startups from very diverse startups from different directions and different stages, and you can come in contact with those startups. Most of you know what they are doing. There are months where incubator provides startups with permanent support and for more months and a year. And then as an established company, you can see how does it fit with your company and the startup. And another thing is mentoring. You can also be a mentor for a startup and can see how you can work together with this startup, and you can take benefits from both sides. So it's the same like Merck do this with larger institution, and you can also do this very small and can see how does it work in a cooperation with the startups. It's mentoring. Another thing of jungle of possibilities is how to cooperate. It's the same like how to find it. We can go for hours or days and can speak about different kinds of cooperations, and it's crowdfunding, technology licensing, investments. You have sales partnerships, technology partnerships, and so on. But one, it's very interesting now at this point is technology licensing, because on each place you hear ChatGPT, AI, and it's a very interesting thing to cooperate as an established company with startups in the field of AI, because they're very fast, agile, and they have ideas to train, to test this. And a last example in this row is competition. That means you have cooperation and competition together. And that means on one side, you are a competitor. On the other side, you do a cooperation with this company. And now Peter, please on stage.
Does it work? Yeah. So in order to keep our time limit, we keep that part very short. So of course, a resume always includes to have a look on the opportunities and risks of asymmetric cooperations. First of all, I mentioned the chicken and the pig. So obviously it must be a win-win constellation. I think in every cooperation where one side has the feeling that the other side is taking more benefit of that cooperation than you take yourself, it will not last very long. So to have a sustainable way of cooperation, you need definitely a win-win constellation. Secondly, it's always advisable to think about some critical points beforehand in order to avoid conflicts. That means certain things should be definitely defined in a type of memorandum of understanding that leaves both parties independent, but some things like use of intellectual property and so on have to be regulated beforehand. Third thing, and I very much like the idea of disrupting each other. That is also an excellent point. In fact, disrupting each other is very positive for both sides, because without disruption, you will not be successful in a market. So it's better you disrupt yourself than being disrupted by others. So there is definitely a cultural challenge. A big company has operations, processes which are a bit slow, and maybe a lot of people, of employees, sticking to successful experiences of the past. And it's very useful to have the innovative, disruptive side of a startup, also for the big company. And I think in order to develop growth mindsets within an organization, and this is very important, you need a startup, because growth mindset is part of the startup DNA. So in order to give a last resume, I think first of all there must be common goals, measurable goals if possible, to be clear. Secondly, there has to be a shared mindset, a common idea on what to achieve. The third one is the win-win constellation. And finally, it's helpful if you have a complementary and not a competing business model. So very often corporations are, successful corporations are involving different industries. So also to give the opportunity for both sides to expand to the new market. So in one word, innovation through cooperation seems to be a very promising approach. So if the organizers tell us that we have to finish now at 4 o'clock and 1 minute, we are available in the consultation box wherever this is. Okay, right around the corner. So you can ask any question you might have, as well as eventually working on that concept of finding partners, as we shortly described. And I think the last slide will be our contact. In case you are not visiting at the booth, this is our addresses. If you want to take contact with us, feel free to do so. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you also from my side. Yeah.
Great. I don't want to interrupt you, but you said that disruption is good. Maybe interruption is also good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Disruption is really good. So we go to the consultation box.
So now please stay here. We will join also, the people should join us from the other workshop now. Okay. So we have towards 30 seconds. Then we will hear a little wrap-up of your workshop. Yeah. Also, it's also interesting for the other group. And we will also hear a wrap-up from the workshop from the other side. Yeah. And then we go on with Florian.com. So there's no break now. Yeah. We will have a little break in 1 hour maybe. Yeah. So please don't get too far away here. We will continue.
At the same time like before.
Yeah, it was not so easy.
Yeah.
Getting them back here. Okay, please join us here.
So we'll switch to audience now.
We switch, we join. Yeah, okay. You can do it. You can introduce yourself now.
Hi everyone, my name is Omar. I'm part of Circle Berlin, and we're doing an activity, so please just at the front where you actually got the name tags, we do have a board with a need and a want board. So just fill out the forms. So people were talking about if you want to experiment their ideas, you can actually write that on the board and we can make you together. Thank you.
Yeah, you can use the break to do it. So now we would like to continue. So please join us here on stage, Ravat and Aleftina. Please join us here. I don't know who wants to begin, but first of all, we would like to have a little wrap up from your workshop, also for the other group, and then maybe you can continue, Aleftina and Ravat. So if you want to start, the stage is yours.
Yeah, a very short wrap up would be to state that cooperation, asymmetric cooperation between established companies and startups is a very fruitful approach for both sides for different reasons. One is that the innovation can be put forward, and the innovation can be also expanded to different markets due to the strong position of the established company. Secondly, there is one thing that was named here by the company that was showing us their case, the mutual disruption. This is a very important element. That means culture can be developed by an asymmetric cooperation for the benefit of both sides. This is my short summary. If you want to add something, Arndt.
According your short speech, I would say we saw in 2 interviews how far can go cooperation away from one to another. There are hundreds, thousands of ways for cooperation, and what we heard, it's better to have a piece of cake, a smaller one from a huge cake, than just one small cake.
Yeah, okay. So in our workshop, we focused on the individual level. So we had the idea of bringing researchers as a person and entrepreneur as a person and put them together and see how they solve common social problems from different perspectives. So we had a very quick, very sprint quick exercise for them where each group should develop a solution for food waste in the district in Kreuzberg. It was very fast, was very also fruitful, and we could see the interesting relationship between these 2 persona, because they share a lot in common than they know, and then also and they also have a lot of differences that they can complement each other. So it was very, very interesting for us. Maybe Tina, you share with us some kind of insights, what you realized?
Yeah, so Ravat just gave a very good teaser, right? That researchers and startups have a lot in common. So we have spoke a little bit about mindset, because everything starts from mindset. Then it's also about the work ethics, the dynamic, the speed, the pace. So we put these things together, and then we split our groups into 2 corners. So 1 corner for researchers, 1 corner for startups. And we constantly, what we noticed, right? We constantly needed to remind actually entrepreneurs to remember that researchers are there for them, are there to help. And while researchers always remembered about businesses, so here I would really like to invite startups to contact more researchers, to talk to them, because they can solve your problems. They can enable your business growth. I think that's all what I would like to add, and we thank you, our participants. We really enjoyed it, and we are going to have 2 more workshops in July. So Researchpreneurs and Vista are going to organize joint events, so stay connected, and follow up is coming. Thank you a lot.
And for student, I have a job to give you. If you're interested in a job, let me know. I'm searching for a Schwäbische Hilfskraft.
Great. Thank you, Ravat.
The opportunity.
Big applause. Yeah, Ravat seems always to recruit people. Last time I heard him, he was recruiting his own boss. Now he recruits a student. So before we continue with the keynote, I already see Sebastian Walze and Tilman Süß here. We will get to know another partner of this event today. It's Stiftung Entrepreneurship, and Stiftung Entrepreneurship will be presented by Florian Komm. I already mentioned him at the beginning. He's one of the most known persons in entrepreneurship in Berlin. And please present Stiftung Entrepreneurship.
Thank you, Stefan. Sounds like I'm a dinosaur, and I'm actually I'm doing this for almost 20 years, so it's quite a long time. So time passes by. I just want to make it very quick. So I am supposed to give you the regards of Professor Faltin. He's now traveling India right now, so he is sorry that he can't be here today. So I am here. What is the Foundation for Entrepreneurship here in Berlin? It's founded by Professor Faltin, and it was 23 years ago, so it's also quite established as a foundation. It's a very small foundation if you compare it to Gates or somewhere else. But what do? We think that entrepreneurship is a very important keystone of every modern society, because entrepreneurship enables you as a founder to become independent, and independent thinking is very important, as we learned in the last couple of years. And you have also a very big advantage. If you look at politics, you need always to win a vote. You need to convince 50% of people or more. If you're an entrepreneur, you need, if you start, usually just one customer. And to make it a viable business model, sometimes 10, 100, 1,000, sometimes even more people, depending what you do if you are in B2B, B2C. So it's much easier to change and bring your ideas into the world. That's one leg of the foundation. The other leg is you as researchers and are on the forefront of entrepreneurship. But we have a lot of people which also should be entrepreneur but don't see themselves as entrepreneurs. Why is that? Because they don't have a law degree, a business degree, an engineering degree. And we think that innovation, as it's coming from science, it's a very important puzzle piece. But we need a good business model, in our opinion, needs to have, as Sven mentioned earlier on and Stefan mentioned, needs to be integrated in a social sense, in an environmental sense. So it's not something you add on, it should be integrational of your business model. So that is what we are looking for, and that what we are trying to promote. And we're doing that by supporting events like this one. We also have another big event, that's the Entrepreneurship Summit, which is, maybe you could show the slide. I just brought one slide, so don't worry. It's in October. It's here in Berlin. I have to click. This is the one. Thank you. So I'm standing here so you can see it. It's an event. We have usually 1,000 attendees, and what we do differently, we have also some professors there, but we have a lot of entrepreneurs there in different stages, and a lot of people which thinking about becoming entrepreneurs. And we have brain as neuroscientists there. We have social scientists there. So we have a whole bunch, a whole bouquet of people there, because we think there are more puzzle pieces than just a business plan, just a patent. It can be an important part, but there's more to be successful. And that is what we do since 2008. So even there we have quite a history, and we do it in cooperation with the Free University in Berlin. And yeah, you're all welcome. And we actually extended our early bird period. It was supposed to end last week, but if you are a quick decider, until tomorrow you can have the benefit of an early bird ticket. and I invite you to use it. And if you are not so fast in your decision, you should talk to the team here from the incubator. I'm quite sure we're going to have a good deal with them for you if you need more time or you don't know where you are in October. So this is the URL, entrepreneurship.de/summit. There you have the information we already have. If you have any more questions, I will be here at least for an hour. If you don't catch me, write me an email at florian@entrepreneurship.de. And that basically is. If you're interested in the work of Professor Faltin, this is his best-selling book, Brains versus Capital. In German, it's Kopfschläg Kapital. It's published, if you read Italian, Korean, Chinese, Georgian, and I forgot a couple of more. So you happy to read it up, and that's basically from my part, and I'm open for questions if you have any for the public, and otherwise then on one-on-one later on. Thank you.
Yeah, is there a question? If not, we go on. Thank you very much.
Stay on track. Okay, bye.
Okay, so I think we have to move this chair, yeah? I'll do this while you are coming on stage, yeah? I already said that we will hear our next keynote now. We will hear Tilman Süß and Sebastian Walzel, and we heard a lot about technology, a lot about business modeling, cooperation. But what do you think, what's the most important topic? Maybe it's finance, yeah? So now we hear something about money, about financing your startup. I already know you, yeah, from Ceraming, yeah? So I can also say that Sebastian is also a founder, yeah? You founded directly from the BAM, yeah? I still remember that you were dealing with ceramics, yeah? And now you're working for Tilman Süß, for Berliner Strategen, and so I think it's a good combination to have you both on stage. Yeah, one founder, and you're also founder of your own company. So stage is yours at the Faltin Villa. Yeah. So please.
Yeah, Steffen, thank you very much for this introduction. It's nice that it's crowded. And one thing, I need my presentation. This would be the only thing that. Einfach weiterklicken. Ah, wunderbar. Sorry. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Good. So, welcome everyone. Yeah, the topics you see here, it's about founding and the special founding that comes out of universities or research institutes. And the second part will be from Tilman about funding, and here especially the public funding sources that you can find in Berlin. Just a quick note to Tilman. Tilman is founder of Berliner Strategen. It's a tech consultancy. We can see here a little bit what the track record is, quite impressive. Tilman has now 10 years of experience in advising deep tech startups. So I think his advice is very valuable when it comes to funding. What is my edge, that what Steffen has already said, that I have founded with 3 co-founders out of the Federal Institute for Material Research and Testing. We had a company for the 3D printing of technical ceramics. And this is also the reason why we now have 2 parts of this little keynote. The first part will be about what we have done as a team and as a startup that came out of BAM. And the second part will be then from Tilman about the public funding opportunities that you have in Berlin. And at 5 p.m. you can find us here in the workshop, I think it's B1, to then go into a workshop about what is maybe the best fitting public program for you and your idea. Okay, so let's start with the story of Ceraming, which was my material, and not only mine, but the founding out of BAM. So there was in 2018 a really promising technology at the Department 5.4 of Professor Jens Günster, who is also here today. And it was clear that there is a potential for commercialization. So 3 of the 3 co-founders that you can also see here, and I will present them afterwards a little bit more, they were thinking, well, let's maybe use exist transfer of research, which is a public funding program, to get this to boost the technology to make it interesting for the industry. This was in 2018, so they wrote a proposal. Then they asked me, because I was an economist, whether I can join. So I came in. We were then having a jury session where we really had to explain why we think it makes sense. And in the end, we got 850,000 euros that were then flowing into BAM. Yeah? And with this money, we were then pushing the boundaries of the technology, which was a 3D printing technology for technical ceramics. So please don't think of cups and plates. Technical ceramics are used in machinery in the industry, and you normally don't know them. Then, during the project, which was planned to be 2 years, we founded Ceraming as a GmbH. Then we're going out, making public that the technology is worth dealing with it. So publicity and pushing it in the market. And then we got notice from the world market leader for the 3D printing of ceramics. And in the end, we had an exit to this company. This was, in a nutshell, the story of Ceraming. This was the team, very important. So 3 scientists, a chemical engineer, a machine builder, and a material scientist. And I was the bad guy, the guy who was doing the sales and who was going out, also with Boris, our CTO. This was the machine that the 3 engineers were building. It was a 3D printer, and you can think of it like depositing layers of ceramic particles, then printing in these layers, and then you get, in the end, if you pile the layers up, a geometry that you can take out of the printer. The point is, and that's important to understand, what you get out of the printer is not the final part. What you get out is then put into a furnace, that's the technical term for an oven, and then within the firing, the ceramic gets the technical properties that you want. And this was the big advantage of our technology, because compared to other 3D printing technologies, we could reduce the firing time drastically. And what was, because we are as a sustainability meeting here, also important, the gassing out of the part in the furnace normally produces carbon dioxide, and we could reduce this emission drastically by 75%, which was just one of the many advantages that the technology had. And here you see parts that we were making with our machine, and I think it's maybe here you can see that it was a kind of bridge, and this is a heat exchanger that was created by Litos, the firm that then afterwards was buying Ceraming. And what was definitely a big advantage, you see here no layers. Yeah? You pile it up layer-wise, but you see no layers in the parts. And this was quite promising for Litos. That's the story of Ceraming in a nutshell. Now we come to the second part, and as I did already mention exist transfer of research, I just want to present you short what it means. It's important to understand that exist transfer of research is a public funding program, so you get money from the state. And the funding itself is within 2 phases. The first phase is what I've explained. You get money into the university or the research institute where you are making your science. And it's also important to understand that it's really for technologies that have a high innovation potential and take time to make them fit for the market. Then you have afterwards, if you are successful with your development, you have a second phase where you have to write again a proposal, where you then get 180,000 directly in the company that you found. So that's really split up. In general, that's what you have also seen via the transfer of research. You can get 4 people financed within the project time. So 3 scientists, 1 economist, and the rest is then material expenses up to 250,000. That's more or less. If you have more question about it, come to our workshop. And now I would hand over to Tilman for the rest of the slides.
Thanks. Yeah, we'll take over here. Very nice classic story, and I was lucky that you were not on a sailing boat after your exit, like most of the people do, and but like you wanted to continue to work in this field, and so yeah, that's how we met. if we talk about like public funding in Berlin, Berlin is a very good place for public funding, coming from the fact that Berlin has been in a situation of weak economy, like, and luckily EU didn't understand that like this has changed already. So this means we have a very nice environment. These two programs Sebastian just mentioned are very good for the early phase, the pre-seed. Mostly this means it's like before the actual foundation of your legal entity. Most of the teams we are accompanying are in a later stage. They already founded their company, and most of them, it's actually like some of the requirement we have in our company is that they already were able to fund a little bit of money. Like be it 50K, it's like one angel has been convinced about their product. I don't want to go into all these programs that are available. I just want to give you a feeling. That's my idea of this speech at the moment. So on the one hand, we have two different types of programs. Like we have small programs that just reduce your costs. Like let's take a Gründungsbonus that's taking for your first 100,000 euros of expenditure, they're taking 50% and paying you back 50%. But the most important thing for special companies like you're going to or already founded are the bigger programs. You have to understand that the idea of most of the funding programs is they want companies to do more complex technology development, which is kind of perfect because all of you are in the right field. If you do so, the state or the EU says, we are taking the additional risk you're taking. So they're taking part of the risk by giving you grants for the R&D activities. So that's kind of perfect for a lot of people. And there are different programs. We are like a lot focused on profits, which is like the IBB program, money coming from the EU, but there are many other programs. The later stage, then for the growth phase, there are additional programs like Vipano, where you can actually apply for patenting money and stuff like this. GRW, if you want to actually build a production, a lab, something like this, investing. And there's the Forschungszulage, a lot of buzz about this. I think most of the people in this room have enough complexity in their products, in their activities, that the Forschungszulage with a very small percentage of funding is maybe not the best one, but like, yeah, it's for discussion. In order for you to get a feeling of how to orientate yourself in this field of public funding, my normal way is to give them 3 parameters, like take any program existing and put it on these 3 axes. So the first one is the probability. What's the probability that your application is actually going through? So we have 2 extremes. EIC, EU, has an official take rate of 0.2%. Profit in Berlin, we have a 100% rate. This is kind of the programs are different, of course. We are not like perfect, but like this is kind of the range. The second one is value versus money. Or value versus time. So how much time do you have to invest to actually get hold of this money? Very important. There's small programs, a lot of investment in time, and then you get a little bit of money. The third one is kind of our approach that is really important, and I want to emphasize this. Public funding programs are there to change your strategy quite often. And this is bad for companies because you have your strategy, you have your focus. We are focusing on, or we call it strategy impact. It's the impact of the funding program onto your strategy. Are you banning your strategy to a new product, what the funding program wants, stuff like this. So this is kind of dangerous, and we are in our company are very careful about this. Like most of the funding programs can be visualized on this. Give you an example on the Profit program of Berlin. Profit pays you 400K of grants and up to 1 million euros of loans. Normally, companies don't take all the loans. The loan, and that's the nice part about it, the loan comes without any personal liability. If you go to your bank and ask for at least 100,000 euros, they want you to be personal liable. If you bring in an investor with the public funding program and combine them, the bank says, we are stepping back and we're giving you the money without liability, which is actually the perfect situation for a tech company. So this means probability, as I mentioned, we got all of them through. this is like based on the program, so profit has a high probability of success. Value versus time, the program is quite intense in investing, so you have to bring in investors. At the same time, you have to explain your solution approach, the technical solution approach in depth, like really in detail. Takes a bit of time. If you do it, since you have to do it anyway, and write it down, kind of you do it earlier in the process, maybe than later, makes sense. And the third one is strategy impact. This program is quite open, so they are asking for complex core technology, but not things like critical infrastructure or, I don't know, ceramics for industry, stuff like this. So they're very open, so you can bring in your own idea and your own product most often. I want to give public funding another angle of perspective to how we say, like, put a mixer in your head a little bit. A classical founding story, like the upper one, we have two scenarios. The upper one is a classical story, 3 funding rounds, 1, 2, and 5 million, and you're diluting a lot, so you're giving a lot of shares away. The other one, you're combining this with public money, and this is like reducing the amount of shares you have to give away. And this is, if you look at like the last angle in here, we're talking about like almost half of the shares, not really, but like this is a major difference. And that's kind of the way we consider public funding in a different way, not just like, oh, there's public money, I can get some money from the state. No, think it differently. And that's what I want to communicate in here. Do we have 2 minutes left or 1 minute? I want to start with Gründungsbonus. It's a good program in Berlin. As I said, 100K of expenditures, your first 100,000 euros in salaries and rent and stuff like this. And they offering, if you bring in the other 50K from investor, from whatever, then they offer to take over 50% of your costs, which is prolonging your runway in the beginning, makes it much easier to get your company started. We are here in the workshop later on. And we will go into, there's 2 options. We can discuss your funding, your founding ideas, your product ideas, and the possibilities in depth. This needs to be in an open space, so you have to feel comfortable with it. If not, we have another thing to give it another angle on funding in general. Like, where's your comfort zone? What would be the right, are you the VC type? What is the right funding type for you? Thanks for this. And yeah.
Yeah, big applause. We really have to go on because I already heard that Jens, Jens, come here. You don't have so much time, but I'm glad that you're here. We've already seen you on the slide here because there's also connection to Sebastian Balzel, but you will tell this to us. So I don't want to wait any longer. So please present your project. And afterwards, we will have another presentation from another BAM project. So stage is yours.
Okay, thank you for the intro. Yeah, my name is Jens Günster, and thank you, Sebastian. We had a nice collaboration already. I was founding a small company from our ideas from my lab. I'm a researcher at a federal institute, and as a researcher, you have a chance to develop ideas. Sometimes you should not forget that. And when you have good ideas, then maybe you look to the marketing of such ideas. And when you look to the title of the presentation here, then you say the aim of ceramics is making ceramics. So what do I want to say with that? It means from a perspective of a researcher, sometimes you don't think when you develop a process to make something that you really work in a direction to make a product. You may play with a process, you may play with kind of technologies, but at the end you really need to think in a direction when you develop this. For what do you develop that? To publish it? No. At the end there should be a product. And making ceramics is a complex process, especially when we're not talking about sanitary ware or tableware, but we talk really about advanced ceramics. And this is not a forgiven material. This means when advanced ceramics have a defect, you cannot use them because generally it's an expensive material and you want to use them only in case of extreme applications, and this means the part must be perfect. And when you talk about additive manufacturing and a perfect part, this is kind of challenge, huh, Sebastian? It's a challenge. And then that's the thinking, you need to think, we need to make a ceramic. And with this project, we are a bit further here already than just thinking about a startup. So we are already in a phase where we have a startup. That's Thomas Müller from a startup near Berlin from Queb 3D. And the situation is that after the transfer of the know-how and the technology into industry or into a startup, we still try to support this startup with research, which is not easy because research is always a bit far from industrial application. And the job of Queb 3D, which is a partner here, is now to really make out of a lab process an industrial process which produces parts which can be sold simply. And that's a part of Thomas.
Thanks, Jens. You can hear me? Yes, okay, perfect. Yes, my name is Thomas, Thomas, so the Deutsch Thomas, English Thomas. Yes, I'm the founder, one of the founder of Queb 3D. It's called Quick and Easy Print because the 3D print process is actually our end. From Sebastian, this process is quite fast compared to other 3D printing processes, and it's quite fast to conventional production of ceramics. If you think about conventional production of ceramics, you have an idea for a part, then you go to the ceramic industry and say, hey, I want to have this part. Then we'll tell you, okay, you will get it in 4 months, and it costs you about 20,000 euro. So with 3D printing, it's a little bit different. We can print a part within a few hours, and after 1 week you will get it, and it costs, maybe 1,000 euro compared to 20,000. So, we are located in Stahnsdorf. It's really close to Steglitz, close to the BAM. And yes, what do we offer? Of course, 3D printing of ceramic parts. Then also material optimization for industrial customers. They are in the ceramic industry, every customer has his own material. It can be aluminum oxide, and then they can have 10 times different aluminum oxides. So, and to bring it to the process, to make it printable, and then to the product that we offer. And finally, we upgrade the technology as good as possible. So now it's a good thing because Sebastian maybe already talked completely about the technology, so I don't have to do that. Here are some specs from this LSD process, but it's not so necessary now. The advantage of the technology is simple. We can use cheap materials. It's water-based, it's near binder-free, and so on. Finally, we can print big parts and dense parts. So, and that's the big advantage of this technology. But now I a little bit maybe want to talk about the challenges for a startup. After 1 year, I can say, yes, it's not easy. You're a believer. You believe, you have problems from the research, and you can solve it all because you know everything about it. But bring the technology and research system to an industrial system. There are so much problems you have to solve, and believe me, it takes much more time than you think. Yes, that is one challenge. Another challenge is you have a new technology. Nobody knows the technology, nobody trusts this technology, nobody knows you, and the trust in you is also low. Yeah? And it takes time. Sebastian, you know it, it's not easy. And the good thing is he also already did a little bit marketing before we came to the market. And yes, so the thing that in startup is agile, yes, but it's small and has not so much money. And it's not easy to get money from a bank or something. You have a lot to do with investors and so on. And the money runs out. So that's one thing. And how to manage that? Yes, okay, with investors or with big projects with companies. They trust in you. Also with öffentliche Förderung, public funding. Yes, so that's the three roles that we also use, and now we also now we're on a good way. Yeah, it's will not easy. It will take 1, 2, or 3 years to be stable in the market, and yeah, and you have to believe all the time in you. That I want to just say, and that's it actually. Thanks for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much. Are there any questions here in the room? There's a question. And there's another one.
Hello. Till today, all the 3D printing were about the physical properties. Is there anything that you can do about chemical properties, like a 3D printing, which include different type of material with different type of functions, not only physical figures?
Yeah, I think you're addressing the point of multifunctional materials. I mean, when you see these blocks of ceramic, we are very proud as a ceramist, yeah? And you think, okay, what is that? But in fact, it's really difficult to produce massive parts because that's structural ceramics. So it has no additional functions than just mechanical strength. And that's very often the function of ceramics, plus thermal conductivity, chemical inertness, and this comes with the material, for granted. So generally you apply ceramics in applications where you have a high mechanical load, plus chemical corrosive environment, maybe thermal stress, things like that, low expansion coefficient, but that's all intrinsic to the material already. So there's no, I agree, you can think of including functions, additional functions with 3D printing. That's a nice approach. That's a kind of research business case, I would call that. But for industry application, at the moment, you're just struggling to get the right part, just the structural ceramic.
Please, sorry.
Yeah. But please, just short, we also have another question there.
All right. So it is important to have the combination, like...
Absolutely agree. It's just a matter of what can you realize in which time. And many ceramics are simply applied as structural ceramics, and that's the current market which is addressed.
Yeah, for example, if there will be possibility to 3D printing a complete engine. You know what I'm saying? Like it include different material, different. So if you can do that, you can doing the cost saving actually. It's what I'm talking about.
Agreed. That's so to say the beginning of the production model. You have an idea, and then we are far from that, to be honest.
Okay. Okay. No more questions. Any other questions?
Is there another question? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we have another project, yeah, from BAM, and yeah, Jeremy will also present you his research project, and yeah, the stage is yours.
Hello. Yeah, walked. Hello, everybody. Yeah, so surprise, I'm also from BAM. So I'm also a researcher since a couple of years now. As an advice, so in our group we are doing chemical and optical sensors to compare to, for example, the previous presenters. We are doing sensors, so it's in principle can almost always go to the market. We try at least to do some sensors which have which are relevant for the environment or for pharmaceutical or such kind of things. And with those topics, we were able already to start 2 exist projects. One was relatively successful, so it's at the same stage as the first exist project that you saw just before. They are already independent from us, from BAM, and we just started another one. So from our topic in sensors, it's from the ground. It's already for the market. And the only point is when we, as a research institute, in fact, BAM by law, for example, is forbidden to compete with companies. And this is always a problem for us. Like we can go until a certain stage. So I don't know if you know it, but in fact, we use a level, which is from the NASA initially, which is called technology readiness level. And BAM is forbidden to go up above 6 or 7. And something which goes to the market is level 9 or 10. So at one point, BAM is forbidden to go any further. We have to stop everything. And this is where people like you would be maybe necessary. And we have many sensors like this, like that are ready. Like we know they are working. We know they can be useful. We know even sometimes we are contacted by people who wants to buy the strips or buy the sensor from us, and we tell them, yeah, sorry, but we cannot do that. And today I took one of the examples that we have here in our research group, and this is a really needed topic. Eventually. And it's quite an old project. In fact, it's from 2017. And by BAM side, it's already finished. We are already at this technology readiness level 6 or 7. And we are blocked at this stage. So we cannot go any further. And we receive maybe every 6 months an email like from people, can we buy this, can we buy that? And I want to show you a little bit about this. And you can think about it. So the idea is to detect oil from soil or water. It's related to all the contaminated industrial sites mostly, and there are many everywhere in Europe from many chemical industry. And the idea was to make the system as simple as possible. So it's really just one molecule. So, sorry, coming. Is it? Oh, I need to point here. No. Okay, I will. And this one? Yeah, never mind. I will. Yeah, but I cannot. I wanted to point. Yeah, anyway. So the idea was to have this really simple molecule, which is in fact commercially available, so you can buy it directly, and to use some membranes which are made of this weird name. So it's don't need to go into detail. It's like kind of perfluorinated membrane, which is really hydrophobic. And we just absorb the molecule on the membrane. We obtain a kind of small test strips like this. You all know it from high school when you were using the pH sensor. Remember that you put it in water. And this strip, you can directly dip it into a water sample. So for example, here it's going to the lake here in, I don't remember which lake was it, but somewhere in Berlin. Or you collect some soil and you grind your test strip into the soil. And just by doing this, because of the membrane nature, the oil from the soil or the water will be absorbed, will come onto the strip, and the molecule which is here, in fact, is fluorescent. So in presence of hydrocarbon, it will start to make a nice yellow light, a bit like what Ute presented earlier. So we also like pretty much colors. This was the chemistry part, and besides this, there was some other engineers from BAM involved. And what we developed was an optical reader. So it's basically to read fluorescent. It's composed of simple electronics, maybe a couple of LEDs and a small spectrometer. Everything is commercially available. And besides this, there was an IT engineer who developed the software, of course, because most of the time you need a software to be able to do something on site, which will do all the calculation for you and everything. And then we went to the lake. So here you have my colleagues with sampling. We went around in all the lakes from Berlin, and of course you find some hydrocarbons everywhere, like from the boats, from everything. And we were able to nicely detect increasing concentration of hydrocarbons in water. From this, of course, we published, because we are a research institute, so we made a paper in an article, in a conference. And then what we did was also to patent it. So then on this side, we are sure to patent the chemistry most of the time. So we don't patent the instrument, because the instrument is a basic spectrometer, and there are already many on the market, so there is no way to patent such device. But the chemistry, nobody did that before, so we are patented and we are protected. BAM can do whatever they want with this technology. So then, in the former EXIST program, what we did was either to license or to resell the patent to the company who is interested. And this is how usually we organize technology transfer. So we protect the ground knowledge, and the idea is not to make money, but it's to protect ourselves and to be able to make a nice and smooth technology transfer to someone who is interested. That's it.
Okay. Great. Are there any questions here in the room?
Thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering, because you mentioned that you are not allowed to go any further above TRL 6 or 7 or something. Are there any active steps, though, that you take or BAM is taking to promote very promising ideas? And how is the conversion, let's say?
Yeah, so it's a bit what we are doing here, in fact. We have Mrs. Rotzler here, which is really active in this branch. And first thing we do is when there is a student who is involved in this project, we try to push him to start a startup. This is the easiest, because the student has the knowledge, the student knows already the system, also the institute, for example. And first thing we do is to try to push the students to go further. If it's not the student, then we have to organize. So we go to fairs. It's what BAM is doing, to go to fairs and to try to find people who wants to involve themselves into such project. Because the problem is usually not the money. So like we saw before, like the money, usually it's not so much a problem, in fact, in Germany, especially in Berlin. The problem is more to have people who wants to be involved and to commit into such project.
More questions? No, I don't see any questions, any hands. Then we go on. Thank you very much.
Please.
Yeah, I understood there's a great idea. There's already a market, so only needs some entrepreneurs like you to bring this idea into market, which is good. Before we go on, we would like to welcome here another Tillmann, yeah. It's a little bit weird for me, and another Sebastian, yeah, but it's not the same. It's Tillmann Lahan, yeah, is that correct? And Sebastian Leber, and you will have also workshop here on stage, and you now have the possibility to pitch your workshop in 1 minute, yeah. And after that, we will have a short break.
Okay, thank you very much. So Sebastian and I, we will have a workshop with you, hopefully, after the break, in order to give you an overview about investor strategies in early stage investments. So we're talking about business and law. So business topics and legal topics for investments and startups.
I think that's it, right?
Perfect. So see you later. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, great. And by the way, the other workshops will be in this room, yeah, by the other Sebastian and the other Tillmann. You already know what it's about. And before we have the break, we have Robin here. And Robin, you will briefly present Berlin Partner, yeah? Please.
Very quickly, so that you can go into your well-deserved breaks. My name is Robin. I'm with Berlin Partner, the economic development agency of Berlin, and we help companies grow and innovate, and we have a bunch of very interesting services, so we have a booth over there, so whenever you have the time, pop by and we can talk. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We go on here in 10 minutes on the stage, or if you decide for the other workshop in this room over there, please be back here in 10 minutes, yeah? Thank you.
Okay. So, perfect, thank you. Okay, so let's get started with the workshops. Everyone that want to participate, please come back here or to the other Sebastian for the funding workshop.
Yeah, my spin-off or something.
My funding my spin-off. Hopefully. Und mal rausgehen und mal die Leute vom Kaffee wegziehen. Ja.
Freikaffee, Freikaffee.
Ja. Nee. We've got some sunshine through the window if you come back here. Okay, so I think we're just going to start, right? So everyone that wants to participate in the early stage investment startup workshop, please come here. And Sebastian, shall we start?
Yeah, let's start.
Okay, perfect. So welcome to our workshop, early stage investment. Sebastian and myself, we want to give you a short overview and introduction into the mechanism of early stage investments. How does it work from an economical side, from a legal side, and hopefully you have many questions that we are able to answer. So this is what we are going to do with you this afternoon for the next couple of 1 hour, 40 minutes actually. Sebastian, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Sebastian. I have invested in incubated startups before I became a founder. And then my last investment target was also my own startup. I met the founders. There were academia deep tech founders from a cybersecurity center. We discussed a couple of times, and then I think 2019, 2020, we decided also to found a company. So I'm always today highlighting a little bit more the perspective of a startup side, which financing options are attractive or less attractive for a startup in this phase. And I think we always should put the spotlight on the early stage, because right now really every mechanism, every financing mechanism works in different stages, better or less better or worse for a startup. And I think today we really put the spotlight in the early stage, like pre-seed, seed, Series A, that we just put the context for today.
Okay, perfect. My name is Tillmann. I'm a lawyer. I'm working in a middle-sized law firm, and we are advising, on the one hand, investors, on the other side, startups. Last year, we advised more than 100 startups all over Germany, and we have several corporate investors and institutional investors that we are advising. So actually no VC funds, but more corporate or institutional investors. So we know both sides. And I think that's the possibility or opportunity that we have this afternoon, that we really try to focus on the different perspectives, and we can try to answer your questions in regard to mechanism. Why do you do things in a certain way? And this is what we want to discuss with you this afternoon. So feel free to interact, feel free to ask questions whenever you want to. Raise your hand, and we can really discuss everything. We didn't bring a PowerPoint presentation, but we actually have a mind map with the different instruments that we want to discuss with you. So virtual participation, convertible loans, and equity participation. And we brought some specific terms that are very common. Everyone knows about it, heard about it before. And we just want to understand together with you, why do you do it in a certain way? Why is this useful? Why maybe it's dangerous? So this is what we want to discuss with you this afternoon. Hope that's fine for you. So, Sebastian, shall we get started?
Please.
Okay, so where shall we start?
Let's go with the equity participation. I think this is the most common form of investment. This is a typical, you give shares against cash. I mean, this is a typical way how you can get investments. Also the one which like takes a lot of time to negotiate about, because the normal form how you found a company in Germany is GmbH, and this gives you a lot of freedom, like rules wise and status wise, what you want to write in the paragraphs, in the foundation statutes, but also a lot of freedom to negotiate. That means this takes quite a time till you get it done. Together with the counterpart, because mostly there are investors involved. They have another aim and another goal why they invest. You're a founder, you want to protect yourself, your team, your company about perhaps their actions, and that means normally it is like a process which takes quite a time. I mean, in the back, like the benchmark was around 6 months. I think right now you could also say up to 12 months in this scenarios right now in the recession, that you normally need quite a time till you really negotiated all the points through. Plus, it's really highly advised to get some law consultancy into this, because it's really overwhelming what will come up on the table during the whole negotiation process.
So, actually, I think you mentioned already different pros and cons. And what we would say, okay, I have to get rid of the convertible here. Yeah. So one of the pros is that you have a clear structure. Actually, you cannot really read it because it's behind the convertible. But this is what we want to point out. If you have an equity participation, everyone knows who's the shareholder. You are in the shareholder list, so it's very clear, it's very standard. There's no problem in future due diligences in the next financing round, no questions rising from future investors. So this is a clear pro, I would say. And you have a very strong position of the investor, because he actually has become a shareholder. So it's clear what responsibilities and what rights he has. From a legal perspective, we know very well how a GmbH works, so there aren't that many uncertainties that you may have if you have, for example, virtual participations. On the contra side, you have a very high complexity, as you pointed out already. I completely agree. If you have a participation agreement in a Series A, you usually have something between 40 and 80 pages. Yeah, just for the participation agreement. So this is high complexity. You have rather high costs, because you have legal costs, you have notary public costs, and you cannot really avoid it, because notary public, anyway, you need a notary public. And on the other hand, the legal costs, you probably also need them in order to understand the procedure. Once you became a shareholder, it's very hard to get someone out of the shareholder list. So to dissolve the situation is very complicated. So you should really only accept someone as a shareholder if you're sure that this works out. And of course, it means a high responsibility for the investor as well. So sometimes we have startups with foreign investors, and they showed up once for the foundation or for the participation in the startup. And then afterwards, it's very hard to collaborate, hard to invite them for shareholder meetings, hard to get responses. And somehow we have to find a solution here. Do you have a question?
Yes.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Why is it so hard to get rid of a shareholder once he's like participating in a company?
Yeah, so the question is, why is it so hard to get rid of a shareholder? There are actually two aspects. First aspect, you can, there's a rule, and this rule says if you lose a participation, it's only for a compensation. So you have to be compensated somehow. And exceptions to this rule must be actually agreed on in advance. So for example, a call option connected with founder vesting. This is a possibility how to get more easily rid of a shareholder, but otherwise it's very complicated because you have to pay a compensation. If you cannot pay the compensation, you still have the problem that you need to agree on the solution actually that someone leaves the company. And it's a very formal act. So if you, it's quite often the situation that we have a startup, and actually the startup has very good arguments to throw someone out of the shareholder list. Sometimes it happens that you even have good arguments. But still, if you have to fear that this shareholder will start a legal procedure against the startup, such a legal procedure would make it impossible to raise money in a new financial round, because no investor would pay or invest into a startup that is in a legal argument with a former shareholder. And this makes it very complicated. Yeah.
And I think to add 2 points, I think one point is, I mean, literally the meetup with the investor and then the investing, like in equity participation, is like speed dating and then directly marriage. So even if it's speed dating, you should take as much time as possible and needed to really get to know to each other. And it's a really long relationship, especially this kind of tools in the early stage normally take up to 10 years before it gets then best case exited and everyone is happy. I mean, and we just speak about the case if everyone is happy, because if they're unhappy, then the real struggle starts, and this is exactly why they negotiate so long and so intense to avoid all the different mistakes that could occur. And another mechanism or a good point is normally before you start the heavy negotiation, which is also expensive and complex, to just agree on a term sheet, because more or less this regulates already, or like at least solves the more or less commercial and the commercial terms at all. So it's a really practical tool to at first dip your toe in the water and look how cold or hot it is together with a VC before you really start negotiating, because every lawyer would be happy if you don't do this, because this just prolongs the whole investor process and they have to consult you more, but this also means you need much more money. Plus the other point is always take your or plan enough time into it, and then take a buffer of 50% at least on top of it, like time-wise. Because I mean, normally if you fundraise, you need money, so you struggle getting new money. That means you run out of money, and that also means you tend perhaps to do impulsive decisions in these processes, which I would avoid, to be honest. And this is normally just compensated by if you have more time. It's easier said than done, but this is why you should perhaps even plan fundraising before you actually need it. Just plan it. Then you can start the process much easier, smooth, and more calm in the end.
Okay, so some very typical terms. We only mentioned 2 here, because anyway, we want to talk about the specific terms for investment afterwards. So 2 very typical things for equity participation you should have heard about is, on the one hand, the pooling of voting rights. So you somehow organize yourself that if you have many smaller investors, or if you belong to a group of smaller investors in a company, you organize yourself that you pool your voting rights or you give a power of attorney to someone to make it at least possible to have a well-functioning participation management, because otherwise it's very hard for the startup to take quick decisions. And even if in the end of the day those power of attorneys can always be withdrawn, if we create, if we work with such power of attorneys, it makes it easier in case to be actionable.
And especially to the pooling, especially if you start a company, it's not likely that you get just one VC in, but much more, or even have business angels before. And that means always wise to even pool the business angel votes to one, because otherwise you have to talk with like a lot of minority shareholders who have a strong opinion, but really a minority in shares, which can be really annoying. And I speak from the own pain. This is like a really like painful process to then to get all different votes, even if they perhaps just like 0.5% or something of your company. And especially if you like finalizing the fundraising process, this can be a killer criteria. And normally VCs also force it. I mean, big VCs enforce that you have to pool all the business angels to one vote, because otherwise it's also for them a too big pain to negotiate with them and deal with them.
Another specific term that we have quite often in early stage investments is that investors ask for a put option to sell their share in the shareholding for €1. So you could ask, why should they do this? Well, it's just the way out of the participation. So if they have the possibility to ask the other shareholders to buy the shares for €1, they are out. And they let the company, they leave the company, and the company can organize themselves, especially talking about a situation where we may have a bankruptcy or insolvency. So in this situation, an investor really wants to quit the company as quickly as possible. And therefore, he would usually ask in early stage investments for such a put option to get rid of his shareholding for €1, so without any economical benefit. Okay, do you have questions in regard to the equity participation? So this is the real standard. I think you all know about, heard about it. Okay, then I would say we just continue. Maybe with the virtual participation. So this is exactly the contrary. Virtual participation means that you actually don't get any shares. You just get obligations, so contractual obligations. So in case that, for example, the company makes an exit, you will receive money, but you will not become shareholder of the company. So we try to have similar economical outcomes, but we avoid the shareholder position. So this means that you have different pros and cons, of course.
I mean, it's quite obvious pro for the founders itself that the VC has not that much power into the company. That means more or less they can't interact heavily with the daily business or with your strategical decisions, which normally also in the normal like share versus cash deals is common. That also above like 100K or something like this, always investors want to vote at least against it or have a veto right or something like this. And virtual shares is a really high advantage that you don't have to do, because more or less you can really act freely, and you take the virtual share participation just as a calculation baseline in your cap table when you have to calculate your dilutions, that you always like put this in. It's like comparable with the Visa pools you always hear, like virtual share option pools for employees in startups, where you more or less just like count it already in the case of an exit. I mean, that makes some steps much easier also legal-wise.
On the other side, of course, this for investors, this may be a disadvantage, because they don't have this influence that they have as real shareholders. So For investors, it's important to understand if they do a virtual participation, they probably won't do any active participation management, right? So they helped in the beginning, and then they let the company do its business. At the same time, it usually means that there is no participation of those investors in the next financing round. So they will not stay and play. They will not continue to finance the company. And this is a clear statement as well. So virtual participation means, okay, we help you in the beginning, we get something back if it works very well and there's an exit at some point, but otherwise we don't care too much.
And as you perhaps already would guess, that's a tool which VCs not take normally. They much more like the typical participation with shares because they have much more influence, and the VC at least, a risk capital, they want to like have as much influence as possible or as needed at least. And the virtual participation you can see much more often in a university context, in academia context, when perhaps there are tools. I worked before in an incubator where you have a tool where you can invest really early, really pre-seed in startups, but you would also give the sign because then it's a good sign that you won't not go in the next round because it's normally a red flag or at least an orange flag for investors, for VCs if academia is involved. At least if they're involved with too much shares. And so a virtual share helps to counteract to it, to also convince VCs, hey, don't worry, the academia will not like influence too much like the university, because this is from time to time the fear of a VC that universities which are not like known for risk capital, they're not bankers, that they influence then further the company, and then virtual shares are a quite common tool you can use.
So usually you would have an exit-related fee. Doesn't have to, but usually it does. You have a liquidation preference. We are going to talk about liquidation preference afterwards, if we have a look on the specific terms. Usually, or sometimes you may have conversion rights, so that you actually have the option to convert your virtual participation into a real equity participation. This could make it more interesting for early stage investors. And sometimes you have a put option. This means that you actually can ask the company, the startup, to change the virtual participation into, actually into a loan or into a fee, so that you could exit earlier to the other shareholders. Those mechanisms could create a very interesting instrument for early stage investors. As universities, if you are more looking for helping startups, creating startups, and having an early return of investment. If you're looking for the maximum financial outcome, virtual shares may not be that interesting. Any questions in regard to virtual shares? Yes, Sebastian.
Sorry, I didn't understand properly. Who should have like those virtual shares, the academia or the
Yeah.
VC?
I mean, best case everyone, because like also VCs. But I mean, there are like 2 or 3 different points. So one thing is the signaling point, and this is literally beneficial in an early stage. If a VC signals they want follow up in the next round, this is a good sign. So in this case, of course, a VC should not do virtual participation. Otherwise, they signal, this time we go with you, but the next time we don't follow up, always a bad sign. So VCs normally should be committed and also follow up in the next rounds in the best case. So this is why I would say for VCs, it's normally not so common, as at least for professional big VCs. And for academia, this is I mean, I would say, or I would recommend it, of course, to every academia, because it's really beneficial also for startups, and I'm more on the side of startups in the end. It's a really beneficial like tool in the end, because then they step out much earlier. They don't want to follow up. They don't want to increase or anti-dilute, because you just follow up normally to anti-dilute, that they still have a lot of shares or like a big voice in your like board. And this is exactly what you potentially want to avoid, because after a lifetime of a corporate or startup in this case, the whole business is changing. And of course, in the beginning, everyone is a little bit more in the garage startup feeling. But if you become more professional, potentially want not all the voices in which jumped in the really beginning, like really early business angels or academia, because they were good into helping you and starting the startup, but not perhaps executing and operating it in the later stage, because there's just other skills needed. And long story short, so virtual shares more for academia, early stage investments who want to get out quite quickly, and like the normal share deal is more for the VC.
Yeah, please.
We respond.
I repeat.
Are there tax or fiscal implications with this virtual share?
Yeah.
Special things.
So the question is if there are specific tax implications on virtual shares. Well, today we quite often have virtual shares for employees, right? This is how everyone knows about virtual shares, and this is due to a tax issue. Maybe it'll be solved soon. We will see, right? I think last week there has been a new draft for new law in regard to solve this issue. But for employees, virtual shares makes a lot of sense due to tax issues, because otherwise you would have a risk a tri-income taxation, what you definitively want to avoid. For universities, virtual shares could be also interesting from a tax issue perspective. If you grant IP and get shares instead of money, so no money back, but virtual shares. This could lead to a tax optimization, because otherwise you could also have a tri-income taxation from a university side. University perspective. Otherwise, if you actually act as an investor and you give money, it depends on your corporate structure. If you give it as a capital corporate in a corporate structure, anyway your losses would not be deducted from your gains. So there's no advantage of equity. So there's no difference from, I'm not a tax attorney, right? But from my perspective. But there's no reason why you should use virtual shares for tax advantages neither. Yeah? So from a corporate perspective, I don't think that there's an advantage. Yeah. Maybe one sentence. I would say from a startup perspective, virtual shares are great for everyone that will not participate in the future financing rounds. If you manage from a startup perspective to virtualize all those help that you received on the early stage, universities, maybe advisors, maybe board members, and give them virtual shares instead of real shares, this could be a very interesting strategy.
The question was about the why do VCs they like fear the university? Why do they don't want these universities be involved as the shareholders?
I can give my takeaway. I mean,
you know that we are on the university floor, yeah.
I know, but of course I have to be like on one side. No, but literally, I mean, we founded our startup out of a technology transfer, and had this IP things, and then we had also the university involved, and before that we had also a university incubator tool involved as a shareholder. Long story short is, normally the typical investment banker goes to an VC, not to a university. And if you have them involved in your cap table, you have not the typical VC guy then in your cap table. I mean, it has pros and cons. In the end, it always depends on the person who is executing it. But that's one point from my opinion. The other thing is, in Germany, it's quite moderate. It's fine-ish. I mean, if you go to the Netherlands or something like this, it's much more extreme, where potentially university holds much more than 50% of the spin-off, which is ridiculous for a VC case, because A, the ownership is not given. You have different cascades per financing round, how much ownership you normally want to grant your founders. And there are like some benchmarks. And if you already start with like 50% are not in the ownership of the founders, I mean, then the whole VC case is done, because there's no incentive for any founder to really go the long VC run with them. And I would say for a hardcore VC case, you should minimize at least voting shares from early stage investors, but not only academia. I'm also not a big fan for business angels to get them into the Series C or D, where you really grow to $1 billion company and have still business angel in. But it's also not normal, because normally they will get out early enough to get their exit, because then already they multiplied their investment to a factor 50 or 100. So they would be a little bit crazy to not do it. So normally you also incentivize early stage investors in a later stage to get out of your company, because otherwise, because although other types of investors comes in, this is just like a change of like investors, and normally they like each other, but they don't need each other, and they don't interact too much with each other. And at least this is like the long story. The short story is, for me, as I said, I think in operating, and if you report and operate your company, you normally report much more with the VC, because you much more in your daily life with their problems, and they know much more your problems than with the other shareholders. And this is normally then my opinion why I would minimize at least the power of universities in a later early stage.
Any other questions? So if this is not the case, let's continue with the convertible loan. And the convertible loan, actually, I don't know why it does not. Bitte? Ah, clever. Ha. The businessman, right? Okay, so convertible loans. Somehow it's a mixture between the virtual and contractual obligations, and somehow an equity participation, because in a convertible loan, actually you have a contractual obligation, a contractual relation, but at some point there is a possibility to convert your loan plus interests into real shares. And this makes it a very interesting instrument. Yeah, maybe we just start with the pros and cons.
By the way, one of my beloved instruments to take. I mean, literally, this is a tool which you get in contact really early, and at least have some contact also in later stages, because this is a typical tool you can use for early stage investments when you have business angel interested in your company, when you have perhaps already first talks with VCs and they want to show some commitment. So they always open for CLAs. Depends a little bit on the VC, but some of them doing it. And also later stages, because as always, you run out of your money, and then a CLA can be used as a bridge financing. So this is a really easy to digest tool. You can really put it quickly on. I mean, we did it also in our company overnight, get a signing after 2 days and get the money wirings. This is really helpful if you need quick money with more or less everyone knows the conditions, because as you said, it's in the end like a loan, structured like a loan. Pretty simple, but you would never get a loan from a bank as a startup. This is why you go to business angels or like VCs, and then give you the loan quite quickly with some extras on top for them to incentivize them to invest that quickly. Plus, you will also find a lot of standards you can use. I mean, in America, you have the Y Combinator standards you can use for, like if you're in the US, in Germany, GASI standards you can use. More or less, you can. It's not an advice, I'm not an advisor or like legal, like an attorney, but you more or less can copy paste it and then just take your conditions in. And this is really practical, that you, if you need quick money or easy money and don't want to overcomplicate it with your investors.
And the big advantage, as you said, is that you have an easy process because you postpone the valuation. You don't have to negotiate about the valuation of the company. And this is why it's so hard to negotiate about equity or virtual participation. And with a virtual loan, you just keep this topic out. And this makes it easy and quick, but at some point, you need this valuation, because the one question that stays is, do you have a conversion right, or do you have a conversion obligation, and at what point? So you actually have some typical terms. Usually as an investor you would have some incentive to accept a convertible loan. So there would be a discount on the future valuation. There would be some kind of cap, maximum valuation that apply. You would have an interest rate. Actually it increased during the last 12 months. So I would say today 6 to 8% is market standard. And the question is, do you have a forced conversion, yes or no? So this is what you need to discuss with your investor. And then it can be a very quick instrument. This is why we also use it a lot for bridge financings. Yeah, there's one smaller issue. If you ask me as a lawyer today, I would tell you, you have to notarize a convertible loan. This is always disputed. No one knows exactly, but not sure if you want to find out. So the less risky way is to go to a notary public and to have it notarized. There has been a court decision of the OLG, Oberlandesgericht Zweibrücken, in last summer that actually stated very clearly that you have to notarize it. I don't really understand why they decided in this way, but who am I, right? So anyway, if you take the safe way, you have to notarize it. But it's less expensive than a participation agreement. Do you have questions in regard to the convertible loan? Yes.
Hypothetical question. So let's say you said that it's very quick, the money is transferred quickly. So is that the case that sometimes when you don't really need the money that quickly and you take this kind of a loan, you end up regretting it, and it would have been much better to just go with the equity participation instead or something?
I mean, we right now step into the path of dilution strategies also. The point is, the loan is really attractive for investors. That means it's really unattractive for you normally. I mean, you give a discount about 20%, 10 to 30, right now 20, 25% is like the standard. That means you give already 20% on top on the valuation. That means it's really attractive. That means you dilute 20% more on his part. So it's like, it should also incentivize the founder to take as much money as they need, but not more, and really to bridge gaps. I would always advise, when I have other friends founding, normally I try really to minimize the amount they want to use to bridge. It's better really to go with the minimizing, better reducing costs, better perhaps turning some actions down before you really just for a buffer like raise 300K more or something. Because I mean, in the end, it's money. I mean, in the exit case, it's perhaps 100 times this small percentages, also perhaps some millions, which you could potentially give your employees better than an early stage investor. So I would always avoid to just for buffer reasons or something raise more capital. But it's always, I mean, it depends in the end. It always depends how far you're already with the discussions of the VC or something. Yeah, but as I said, also with the VC fundraising, you should start as early as possible to avoid this like, yeah, overreaction in the sense of, oh no, I need like quickly much more money than I thought. That also leads to total other factor, cost control, that you just should have from the beginning on a good cost control, a good controlling, monitoring of your numbers, that you always know how much money you burn, because then it's much easier to see if you need it or not, or if you can counteract much wiser with a VC. For example, what we did once with a VC was, we know they wanted to invest, and we gave them the carrot of investment in the sense of, hey, you can already give us some loan, some CLA, but of course with better conditions for us, not with the typical CLA conditions, but this is always a soft commitment, and it's much easier to fundraise. They were okay with it, and then we could do it like this. Also helps. I mean, this is then a good tool to also signal something, but normally I would avoid to, to raise too much CLAs, because literally a normal share allocation, equity participation gives you the real value. Then at least it's a fair deal. The rest is a little bit discounted. I mean.
Any other question in regard to? Yes, please.
My question, maybe not about this loan, is more about VC. I want to know is there any VC who are willing to take, like, accepting the technical liability within your business?
No.
Technical liability, no.
They are not.
No.
Does not exist such a thing. I see.
I mean, this is, if you're looking for, technical support, the VC, so the venture capital funds are not a real target group for you. But of course, there are strategical investors. So strategical investors like corporates, companies that are actually doing business in this field. And they could help you also on the technical side. But if you accept strategical investors, usually you are no target anymore for venture capitalists, right? So there's a decision to take. Either you take the path through to go to strategical investors, or you take the venture capitalist path.
Because it minimizes the exit scenarios for a VC. Because literally, the strategic investor just can acquire the company, because no competitor will invest in a CVC financed case, like a corporate VC finance case, which is strategic. That means this is why it's a red flag for VCs. VCs accept corporate VCs when it's later stage. I mean, at Series B or something, some really famous example could be Apex AI. They do algorithms for autonomous driving, founded in Silicon Valley, but originally from Germany. They did a quite giant round in Series B where they just had corporate investors in Series B. They raised about 80 million or something. But in the early stage, no VC will jump in if just one strategic investor is involved, because literally it's all about the exit scenario for the VC. And then there is no real exit scenario, then just one where more or less the corporate, which the VC is from, the corporate VC, can dictate a little bit the exit. I mean, this is not attractive.
With VCs, you will have more freedom for your...
Define freedom.
Yeah, I mean, if you have VCs, they will try to force you into an exit at some point, right? So this is what they ask for. They want to have this exit, so they will push you into an exit scenario. So if you have an objective, your objective is to have an exit as early as possible, VCs might be very interesting partners. If your objective is to create a company and to make it big, and strategical partners may be of much more interest. But if you have a strategical partner, he's interested in your technology. So he wants to avoid to help you to get big and then to sell the company to its competitor. Yeah? Okay. Okay, great. So actually, I'm a little bit lost in time. I don't know how much time we have left. 10 minutes, perfect. So we've got some specific terms that we report to you. The question is, how do we deal with this? We can jump through them a little bit and then try to answer questions if there are any. Is this a good procedure? Fine for you? Yeah, because those are standard terms to our understanding at least. So we just want to make sure that we have a common understanding here.
Yeah, and just to add already to these topics, you will find a lot of terms already in the internet. So if you're always a little bit lost, what is standard, what is market, benchmark? I mean, in the end, there's no benchmark, but big VCs at least publish even their term sheets and their terms already. They at least give you a tone in which direction they want to see the rights. And like liquidation preference is a big topic now again, some years before not. I mean, it's literally who gets like liquidation preferences if you liquidize a company in the exit scenario or bankruptcy. And normally the newest investors can get out their money first. I mean, This is like the typical mechanism that you as a founder are the last one who can get any money. That normally means also you see a lot of big announcements, there's an exit, and then you think, okay, the founder has still 10%, he should get 10% of this sum. It is not like this, because before he gets his money, all others in the order get their money back, plus potentially multiplies, multipliers, which is a new mechanism again, used in the economic downturn a little bit, or in the VC downturn, that they like us to say we just want not our money back once, but perhaps 1.5 times or twice. This is a mechanism which, of course, minimizes even the personal exit again. So that could mean you perhaps exit with 100 million, but the founder gets in the end 2 or 1 million, and all the VCs get the rest. Sucks, but at least it's an exit then. So, I mean, there are some mechanisms and there are mechanisms, normally the market standard, you can't normally negotiate them out, and VC will ask for it because they have to protect their money. The VCs have also investors like LPs, so they are forced also to secure this.
Okay, in regard to veto rights, in an early stage, usually you have more veto rights on an investor side, and it became, it's less and less the older the company grows. At least you have an abuse protection as a minimum standard, meaning that if someone trusts you his money, of course they want to make sure that you use it in a way that at least you try to make the best out of the company, right? If you have veto rights, usually you have not a veto right for every single investor, but for the investor majority. This is also due to competition law rules, and in order to avoid to lose your SME standard, the KMU classification, SME classification as a startup. Structural veto rights are very common, meaning that if you want to do a financing round, a capital increase, investor majority must comply, must say, yeah, we approve. And operational veto rights are also very common, meaning that if you hire someone that costs the company more than 80,000 for example, you would have to ask at least the advisory board. Information rights, also standard procedure, annoying but standard from a startup perspective.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it's of course annoying, but also educates you a little bit to work more corporate-like and also have good controlling, and always depends a little bit how you negotiate. There are some investors, they find if they get a half-year update. Some are really operational involved and they want to get every week or every month some updates. You will or have to find a workaround with you. We see which works the best. I mean, some people want this. They want really near coverage from their VC. They want report every week and get feedback. Others want more freedom. It depends also a little bit what is your preference to this. And also theirs, of course. I mean, because normally if a VC wants information rights, they not negotiate too much around it. Perhaps just end of year statements when it have to be finished. This is one of the only things you can negotiate. But if they want informations every quarter, they will not say, okay, then let's do it just every year, because they also have to report their information to their LPs. This is normally just given through till the startup.
So maybe two points that are very important from my perspective, also for startups that haven't invited any investors yet. So from the beginning, we advise startups to have a track-along rule, meaning that if the majority of the shareholders wants to sell the company, a minority is not able to block this decision, or on the other side is obliged to sell the own shares with the others. So a very strong rule, important in order to have the possibility to do an exit at some point, and a founder vesting plus call option. Also very important, even if you don't have an investor yet, because if you start a company in a team, at some point a team member will quit the company. This is standard. It's always like this. This will happen. The moment will come. And at this moment, you must know how to deal with the situation, and you must have the legal possibilities to restructure the shareholders. So to restructure the shares in between the team. And in order to have this possibility without creating tax risks, you need a call option system with vesting.
Yeah, and also to add, I mean, this is the biggest hygiene factor in a startup team, this discussion. It helps you a lot to find out who is committed, who not, who wants more or less just make money or create a company. This also is a great hygiene factor for VCs because they will bring it up again. Normally your vesting gets mostly just renewed if you get an investor in, then you just have again vesting. And this helps just again to find out for them who is willing really to contribute to the company till the end of this 4 years, which is quite a long in this phase. And also this call option. I mean, the only mark I would do is also for gray lever, good lever. Like this is the cases where you potentially can sell your shares for more than €1. The question is who will give you the €1 or more than the €1, because normally a startup hasn't the money in the beginning to buy you out or something. So I at least would advise also to give a good sign, keep your shares. It's clever if you exit in the future and it gets successful. You can even exit with with more money. And B, it's a much better sign that you still believe in the company, but perhaps operational, you just don't fit in anymore, which is super normal. As Tillman said, I never saw any company exiting with all the founders still in the operating team.
Okay, our time is over. I hope you enjoyed. I hope we could bring you some new insights. Anyway, Sebastian and I we will be around a little bit. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We've been very happy to be here. Thank you for your attention. And yes, so
enjoy the evening.
Enjoy the evening. Thank you.
Ja, ich weiß, wie es weitergeht. I know how we continue now. The other workshop is still running, but we have Dale Rickards here, our next keynote speaker. And he will present himself. Yeah, you will present yourself. Welcome, Dale, to the stage here. Just in a minute, and then we will have a little break, yeah, just to change the 2 workshop rooms, and yeah, afterwards we will have 5 up to 10 minutes break. But
Right.
please present yourself.
Yeah, thanks very much, everybody. Dale Rickett from the Green Tech Festival. Just quickly, I've been told we're going to take a 15-minute break now, so you get a little bit of time, and then I'll be coming back to give my keynote presentation at 6:15. So 6:15, we can meet back here for the keynote, and there's a short break now for the stage and also for the live stream audience. Thanks very much.
So we would like to start again with our keynote. So please come here a little bit closer to the stage. We will start in 1 or 2 minutes. Wir wollen langsam starten mit der nächsten Keynote und daher kommt bitte hier nach vorne. Der Rickards wartet schon. So, would like to continue now. Okay, so we start now. I would like to introduce you again to our next keynote speaker. Yeah, he said that he's also talking or speaking German, but he prefers to have his keynote speech in English. His name is Dr. Dale Rickard. Yeah. And you're also in charge for the Green Tech Festival here in Urban Tech Republic. It's also one of the 11 Zukunftsorte, the former airport of Tegel, and the Green Tech Festival is quite known for me, but maybe for you it's new. And yeah, you will speak about circularity. Can we recreate the past by embracing the future? So the stage is yours, Dr. Dale Rickard.
Thanks very much. Well, welcome everybody. And there's actually a bit of a funny story about how I ended up doing this keynote, because when I was originally asked, I turned it down. I said, no, look, I don't feel comfortable doing that. I'm happy to sit on a panel. I'm a generalist. In English, we'd say a jack of all trades or a master of none. But I thought, what can I really offer people who specialize in circularity in terms of insights? And then it's interesting, I had a call with Falco, and actually he got my mind thinking. And I realized that actually circularity, in terms of the human race, we've been living circular lifestyles for generations in almost every single culture. And then the light bulb came on, and I realized, while I don't have some kind of incredible technological breakthrough that I can share with you or some kind of new process, I do have a strong personal relationship with circularity. And it comes from my background, where I come from. And so this is story time. You can lean back a little bit and enjoy some stories from the Australian bush. So I grew up in Western Queensland in Central Australia. And it really, if you live in Germany, if you've grown up in Germany, it's a world you really couldn't imagine. Not like we're here where everything we want is at our fingertips. But out there, we were 4 hours along dusty tracks to the nearest town where there was a shopping centre. And really, what it meant for us is that we became masters of reusing, masters of circularity without even knowing it. I remember from the earliest age, my mum was always repairing things in the house, that my dad was always working on machinery, and he'd had really basic tools, but he'd be chopping bits off this plough to weld it onto that plough. And it meant that the products and the machinery that we were using, it wouldn't just have 1 or 2 generations, it would recreate itself 4 or 5 times. And it's interesting because thinking about really what we're trying to create in creating a circular economy or a circular way of living, what drove my family to living that way wasn't that my mum and dad were visionaries and they'd already created a circular economy. It was actually just necessity. And so I want you to remember these words. They're going to come back at the end of the presentation. So the first word is necessity. That through necessity, we can reach a place where circularity happens by itself, without doing anything, without engineering anything. I hope we don't have to come to that point, but we can do that. Necessity can be one driver. That's the first word. There's 2 more words to come. And the second word is, I won't tell you the word, but I'll tell you the story. It relates to our community. So we had about 12 farms or 12 families in the community where we would share a lot of things, we would trade a lot of things. You know, if you needed help, money wasn't really a big help to you because there were no shops to spend it in, so you'd barter everything. And this meant it actually came to sharing equipment. So there was only one bulldozer amongst the 12 farms. And that bulldozer was owned by Keith and Lani, and Keith used to keep it under a shed, really basic shed, just a tin roof, at the front of his property where everyone could get to it. And if you ever wanted a bulldozer, you'd just call up Keith and say, Keith, I wanted to do some bulldozing, ladder. Could I borrow your bulldozer? It's a very green subject, I know. I'm talking on live stream from the Green Tech Festival. But the point is that he'd then say, yeah, sure, mate, borrow the bulldozer, no worries, and come around for a cup of tea afterwards. And the people who took the bulldozer would fill it up with a little bit more fuel than last time. And the other fascinating thing is that any time something went wrong with the bulldozer, anyone from those 12 families would be instantly there, ready with whatever tools they have, whatever equipment, whatever parts they had from their farms, to help rebuild, to fix, and make sure that that bulldozer kept working. And what that came down to, the first point, of course, refilling the bulldozer with petrol, making sure that it always had enough diesel in it. That was about maintaining trust. So that's the second word I want you to remember. When it comes to circularity, how can we ensure trust in any system that we build? So no one wanted to steal from that system, obviously, because they knew in that small community of 12 people that if they broke that cycle of trust, that they were hurting themselves and the community. And the third thing is wanting to rebuild, fix, and make sure that bulldozer kept working. That was interdependence. That was because that bulldozer to that community wasn't just Keith's bulldozer, that was their bulldozer. So I want you to remember those three words. They're coming back, and I hope we can also discuss them in our panel discussion later. The first is necessity. What role does necessity have, and do we need to go that far to reach the point where we reuse things in our world? The second one is trust. How can we create systems that send and receive trust when we send and receive value? And the third one is interdependence. How can we make systems that hold themselves up? So, story time is over for now in terms of the Australian Outback. I want to now bring you back to what I do in my daily job. So as head of product for the Green Tech Festival, my role is really to choose the topics and the speakers and the people that are involved in the festival in terms of the content. And what that means for me is I have a special job because I'm speaking with experts from all over the world who are coming from policy, they're coming from startups, they're investors, they're from government. And these people have made me realize that I think we really are right now at the cusp of an incredible transformation. And I think this is going to be what I like to call the sustainability revolution. I believe that this revolution that we're in will be as big as industrialization. It'll be slower than digitalization, but it will be as important. But because it's a revolution, revolutions are often never easy. There's always hard points and there's conflicting forces. You know, at one point you can have actually a classic example. A couple of weeks ago I was speaking at the Berlin Energy Dialogues, and I asked a question. These are energy people. Who here in this room has benefited from the increases in energy prices? And 90% of the room put up their hands. So there you've got a perfect example of market forces driving forward innovation. Now, that sounds all good and you can sell that story, but there's another part to the story, which is as soon as energy prices went through the roof, I've got a UN pin on here, by the way. The UNDP released a report this year saying that subsidies to fossil fuel companies, that means our government's paying money to oil and gas companies, has more than doubled since the Ukraine crisis. So really, in this revolution, in this transition, we've got forces driving innovation forward in terms of the market, and then governments really putting the handbrake on and making sure that we don't go fast enough. So it's really never a simple process. And that's why I think we really do need guiding principles about the ways, if any of you are building companies, if you're part of companies, what things can we orient ourselves on to really find the right course for our company going forward. So I put forward a couple of points. And there are 4 points that I think are really important to remember and just to internalize in terms of what's the survival guide, how can we really find our direction in this revolution. And the first is I'd like to think that business as usual, I'm not going to say it's dead because it's fighting back, but I'm going to say business as usual is dying. There's been a fundamental shift in the market dynamics of the way consumers think and act. And this has happened particularly since Corona. We're doing studies with our internal marketing and PR agency called Green Window that are showing that consumers in every price category are willing to pay more money for sustainable products. That wasn't the case 5 years ago. And the incredible thing about this transformation is that it doesn't matter if you might say, well, I'm a startup or I'm a mid-supply chain company. This is filtering down because the first thing all of these big corporates do when the customers start saying we want more sustainable products, they turn around to their suppliers and say, you, and you, I need that raw product, but I need it with half the carbon footprint and I need it at the same price. So this means it's really filtering down and meaning that all of us have to take on board sustainability and find ways to do better and create more sustainable products, but also communicate that with various technologies. And the next point I'd like to give is about disrupting traditional value streams. And I think this is an interesting point because it sounds easy. You say, disrupt the traditional value stream. But those value streams are strong. And if you're trying to create circular business models, the biggest challenge you have is supply. And if you want to, we work with a lot of sustainable cement companies that are reusing building materials. Their biggest challenge is they need to supply companies like Holcim or Heidelberg Cement, and they don't need 10 tonnes of aggregate a day, they need 100,000 tonnes a day. And in those scales, it's a very hard disruption to make. So you need to start small, work on making partnerships with small niche providers and gradually build your way into that market. But I think it can be done. And the big drive we have where we can win is in circularity, we usually have a price advantage. The next point, so the third point for surviving or thriving in this sustainability revolution is combining digital with sustainability. I see this far too often that companies have created an incredible sustainable product, but they're not actually finding ways to, in an automated way, pass that information on to their customers. And it doesn't matter if the customers are businesses or it's the general public, you need to communicate that with a digital infrastructure, ideally automated, so that as soon as you've got a better product that's more sustainable, your customers know and can sell that on to their customers. And the final point, so point 4 now of how we can survive in a sustainability revolution is I believe, and this is a good thing why we're here today, but I believe that in this world, ecosystems will stand while empires fall. And that's because through digitization and also through the extended value chains that we're creating, and hopefully these value cycles that we're trying to build here, we're becoming more interdependent. So I believe that find ways to really build an ecosystem approach, create value chains with all of your players, all of your stakeholders, and then you'll be invaluable to them and they won't want to see you fail. And this can even apply to competitors. Competitors where you create combined value will be less likely to want to see you out of the market. With all of this, what I think you can do, and what I've seen with many companies, is that you can gain the green advantage. And the green advantage, there's so many aspects to it. You can employ the best graduates. A study just from the UN came out saying that Ivy League MBA graduates are happy to be paid less money for sustainable jobs than the same money or better money for a company that's unsustainable. So you will get better graduates. You'll attract more customers. You won't be fighting with regulations the whole time. And investors will also be more likely to want to work with you. Now, there's one caveat with the green advantage. If you're working in purchasing, unfortunately, there still is a price advantage in working with unsustainable raw materials. And I found that out talking to a bunch of purchasing managers a couple of weeks ago at an event where they said they really are crushed between pricing and finance trying to keep their price down. And sustainability is not the first goal. But that's where if we create these incredible new circular business models, we can come in and disrupt that. It's been a rapid fire, a lot of information in I don't know how many minutes, But just to wrap things up, I think we still have a long way to go. We're only at about 10% circularity in Germany, and it's sadly only growing at 0.1% per year. What I'd like to say, though, is we want to talk about circular business models at the Green Tech Festival. So please come and get involved. Join our festival. We really are an open platform. It's actually, not many people know this from Berlin, it's the largest sustainability event for business on earth. And we really do want people to debate and discuss. So we need people like you with your minds at the festival. And to completely wrap things up, I want to bring back my final 3 words. So we talked about necessity. So I want to put this as a challenge to our panel discussion now. And my question is, I don't think it's easy to solve, but do we need to drive things so far that necessity forces us to become circular? And the second one, I'm going to combine trust and interdependence. I'm going to ask that, what technological, economic or social evolutions do we need to undertake in order that we can realize as a global culture, as a global economy, that when we steal from the system, that we're actually stealing from ourselves? Thanks very much. I hope you enjoyed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Daya. Great keynote speak. I'm not sure if there are any questions here in the room. We have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions before we have the little wrap up at the end of this event today. But are there questions to Dale now? There's one question.
Thank you so much. So you mentioned that purchasing is still facing some challenges because, of course, first interesting force would be the price.
Yep.
Do you see a responsibility within the politics or another organ to impose or also to create incentives, as they are also players and they should also be part of economical decisions, to create a sort of incentive to say, like, if companies are implementing certain circularity processes, they will be, I don't know, let's say less charged or marked in a super great list or something. Yep. What do you think about that? Or could that be an option?
Yeah, for sure. I'm a big fan of regulation. So I think that we need a whole lot more regulation and a whole lot more tax. And in that environment, I think it takes the pressure off corporations, because really what it means right now is if you want to do the right thing, you will be punished. You'll be punished on price. Sure, you can find ways to market and hopefully gather a bigger audience. But when it comes to that final decision, this amazing conversation I had from a major German material manufacturing company, the lady was saying, literally, I sit between, in terms of her decision making, between finance and pricing. And pricing says, if you put the price of our units up by 10 cents, we're going to lose 30,000 customers or 30,000 less units sold. And then finance says, if you put the cost, of purchasing raw materials up, we're going to lose this much, 3 million, 4 million revenue. So in that situation, that the capitalist model unregulated means that the decision will sadly always be made to go with the cheaper product. But that cheaper product, you're stealing, back to my childhood, I guess, but you'd have to look Keith in the eyes and steal the fuel from him in that 12-person community. Whereas in the global economy, we don't have to look at the children who are starving at the end of the supply chain. It just happens because it's so far away we don't have to deal with it. In that environment, I believe we need a standardized, even playing field with a regulatory framework.
Thank you so much. So what just comes up to my mind is maybe also like the true costs behind the cheap price that you pay, so that there will be like an additional, I don't know, let's say 18%, because actually you would have considered what it makes with the forest to go with the new paper, what it makes with the water, that, so just have the costs that are behind the paper to actually give it the real costs. And that the company should be responsible for those costs as well somehow.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks.
I have a question here. Whatever we are doing here, there is companies and people who are really upset, are really angry with that. And those are the people, the companies that been providing raw materials, including oil, all that stuff, and they're really upset and they do a lot of sabotages. You know what I'm saying? What can you do about that? What can we do about those people who are going to break down every renewable energy projects or something like that because it's not benefiting them?
It's a tough one, you know, and I think one thing to add to that comment is that it's not always like they show their faces either. They can be showing themselves to be trying in every way, and in reality they're just digging more and more oil rigs in the North Sea, for example. So I completely agree. There's no simple answer, but I think that we need to keep on what we're doing here. We have to keep on doing it more, fighting and lobbying government to make sure that it's taken seriously. And I think that in the end, my hope is that we can actually create more efficient systems through reusing products. You know, if we can create on a whole scale, as in an industrial scale, if we can start reusing materials to the point where it's actually usable in industrial processes, as in we have enough supply. Supply is probably, for me, the biggest problem. If we do that, we're going to be cheaper, we're going to have the price advantage, and they'll either have to come on board or go out of business. And for me, that's you saw that when digitization happened, you saw that with the Industrial Revolution. That change is painful, and the people who are hurting or are fighting back, they're always the incumbents, the ones that are currently benefiting from the existing system. It's a normal thing that the people who benefit from a system always fight for it. I mean, it happened during apartheid in South Africa. It happened during, you know, the White Raj in India. All of these different parts of history, people fight to control the status quo. But we as the individuals have to do all we can to then build, in my opinion as well, those ecosystems, because an ecosystem is stronger than an empire. I believe that, because the people together, if we create value and trade value with each other, then we'll be like a mesh, you know? So that's, maybe I'm an idealist. I am an idealist, I'll just say it. But I think we need to just keep going. We can't lose hope. Yep.
Yeah, my question is very short. What do you think is the role of gender equality in circularity?
Interesting. It's not something I've considered, to be honest. Yep. But I think just off the cuff, I would say that a lot of the power structures that exist that we exploit as Western countries are off the back of male-driven power, and that empowering women in developing countries will be the quickest thing we can do to make sure that people are paid properly for their effort.
Thank you.
There's another question here. Do you have a question? No? Okay. I think then let's continue with the panel. Yeah. Thank you very much again. And you stay here on stage, please. And I also would like to welcome again on stage Falco, Karl. No, not again. It's the first time for you, Falco, that you are here on stage. Please come here from Hochschule Wirtschaft für HWR. Yeah. And Robin Brook, Aleftina, please also come here again. And Sebastian Walzel. So maybe before we start the panel, yeah, Dale, you didn't advertise the Green Tech Festival. You did? Yeah, you should come. Maybe you can do it again, because I don't remember when is the festival.
Yeah, okay, that's what you mean. Yeah, so the festival is from the 14th to the 16th of June. It's at Tegel, as part of right next door to the Tegel project at the old Tegel airport. And there's lots of ways you can get involved. We have boot camps where we're trying to solve different challenges in different topic areas. We have hackathons, we have main stage program, we have an awards ceremony, we have a driving experience as well, which is quite incredible. You can try out all sorts of electric mobility and sustainable mobility along the runway, which is a lot of fun. And yeah, so do come and get involved, be a part of it, and we'd love to see you there. If you want to talk to us afterwards, also my colleague Daniel, who's responsible for the exhibition, is there in case you want to show off some technology. And we'd be happy to sponsor a few tickets and get your community involved. So thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think that I have to introduce you except Falco, yeah? So maybe we start with you, Falco, because you're one of the organizers. Maybe you can introduce yourself and say, okay, what were your landings today and what do you expect from the rest of the day?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Stefan. Also, thank you for moderating the whole day. It was great to have you as a moderator. That's what I want to say for my opinion. Probably applause. We just talked about ecosystems, right? And how important is ecosystems are when you want to change something. Because when you're on top, I think it's not what you actually want. Yeah, that change happens because you already have the power and stuff. So it should be bottom up and made by networks. And I think that's something what we also tried here, because everybody who supported here on stage today and also in the workshops did this pro bono. This must be based on trust, I think, necessity. Sorry, necessity. And in the end, we built a network here, also with you all here. You are here and probably also will connect later on this speed dating matching format, which Circular Berlin will then provide after this panel talk here. And from my perspective, I think we started here something. Of course, it's not the first circular economy event, but we here at Startup Incubator had our first circular economy fair, also research transfer. Also, thank you to Kerstin, who takes a picture of me now. Hi. And what I want to say, I'm overwhelmed by so many inspired and inspiring people, and by the hosts here, and I have to process this also in the next days. But I think we started here something, and I think you could stay also a bit longer to connect, and probably it could initiate potential projects in every field. Could be a startup project, probably an idea which comes up in the future. So I'm really happy that we had to stay here, and that's what I want to say. More questions?
No, maybe questions to Nina. I think that not everybody knows you because you've been in the workshop, but not everybody attended in this workshop. Maybe you can also introduce yourself again. Sure. And you're also an ecosystem builder, I think, yeah? What is important for you? What is important in building up ecosystems here? And how can you help to build up this ecosystem in circular economy?
Thank you. So my name is Tina from Researchpreneurs, and we connect researchers and startups to co-create innovation. And when we speak about startup ecosystem, I will definitely advise startups and researchers to go and reach for your potential collaboration. So I'm going to really engage you in doing this. And I also actually wanted to pick up what Dale, you brought us 3 words. And you said necessity, you said trust, and interdependency, right? And then I would like to follow up on this, because it's exactly what we have in the startup in Berlin ecosystem. And it's also exactly what we are having when we are connecting with 2 groups, because when we think about necessity, so necessity is being covered by startups, so they really test the market, they really identify the market niche where they could go and what kind of developments should be taken, so the necessity check done. And then we come to the 2 others, right, the trust and interdependency, and then we have researchers on 2 other sides, right, because the trust is there. It's also about that if we have researchers on the board, then the trust among stakeholders is being born even more, because people still trust researchers. So despite there are also, of course, some facts that sometimes it's happening, as we also know, also in the businesses, greenwashing or impact washing right now is happening. At the same time, the peer review system in the academia, this is exactly what gives trust and interdependency. And if we bring these two groups together, then this is exactly where we cover up all the 3 bullet points which you, Dale, brought. Thanks a lot. You made me think about, many, you see, I took some notes here. And I was also thinking that if we talk about circular economy, right, and how can we benefit, so I would say that we are actually not right now specifically in maybe sustainable revolution. I think we are already very, very much into this, but we are right now on the way to connectivity revolution. And this is what we need to think about. So I would like to invite everyone, if you would like to add something on this, or I pass it back to Stefan. Yeah, thank you.
Please invite everybody. If there are questions here for the panel, you're also invited to ask. So please only raise your hands. But maybe first, I think she answered your questions. Are you okay with the answers, or do you want to add something?
I mean, you've heard enough of my voice in the last 15 minutes, haven't you? I think they're great examples, and I'm glad that it was picked up and brought into the conversation. Yeah.
I think you're okay. Yeah. So, Robin, you're also an ecosystem builder, yeah? Berlin Partner, I mean, is bringing researchers and also enterprises together, yeah? But from a different perspective, maybe you can add also the importance of ecosystems from your perspective.
Very important, obviously. As I mentioned earlier, so I represent Berlin Partner, the economic development agency of Berlin, and we're actually involved in, managing and helping quite a lot of networks. So, for example, we have the clusters in Berlin and Brandenburg, which are about bringing innovative players together in the different fields that we cover, basically across all important sectors here in the city and in the region. And maybe what I want to add up to is the trust part, actually, because one part that I notice quite a lot, like when companies, especially young startups, approach us, is that they are surprised that there's. I think does it go? Oh, okay, now it works again. Not sure. Anyway, so that they don't know how much support is actually out there. So there are organizations like us that provide services for free because we are funded by the Senate. But then there are so many other organizations that can help. We heard about Circular Berlin earlier. So many great players here as well. It's just the economic system is so much about competition all the time. But events like today show that collaboration is just key. That you need even if you're competitors in the same market, maybe you can benefit from an exchange. And it's part of our duty, our task, to foster these exchanges and to bring players together.
Isn't it interesting that at the beginning we talked about artificial intelligence and technologies. In the end, we talk about trust, which is very human, So Sebastian, you are dealing with engineers, but I think you're not an engineer. How important is technology, and how important are humans, in this game?
Oh, this is a fantastic question, Stefan. So just to say that I also studied physics, so I'm not completely out of range. But I think we are in the age of technology. Everybody sees what is going on at the moment. And where it becomes interesting is when you combine the technologies. So I think material science is a good example. The way that machine learning and artificial intelligence will boost the scientific achievements in material science is, I think, very, very promising. And if I would invest into a certain field, this is, by the way, no financing consulting, but looking at the material science, at the companies that deal with material science, and seeing them approach on the field of artificial intelligence, not to make the artificial intelligence do everything, but to really make a speeding up of the achievements that you can make in the field. This is super interesting, and I think we will see this in the next years, in the next decade, how it is fueling innovation in a way that we cannot maybe even imagine at the moment. So technology is always a question of how you combine things. This would be my short answer to your question.
Yeah. Anybody wants to add something to this question, maybe from another perspective?
I actually had it's all breaking down here. I had another question about actually relating back to technology, because one thing, I'm not an expert in this, is where we need technologists and people in this world, but is it possible to use technology to bridge that gap, to make it to create the transparency, so that those 12 farmers that trusted each other and depended on each other, we can build that up to be global? Is that something that we can think of, digital supply chains, and really being able to see every process and really check that things are being done fairly?
A very good question, because in the end we can ask ourselves, why did people trust each other in the past when you had no technology, and why do we need now all the technology to trust each other? So in the end, yes, technology can be... Yes, now it's back again. Technology can fuel trust, but we should maybe always get that one step back and ask ourselves, is it really necessary everywhere? I think an idea like yours is a perfect example of where it works and where it makes absolute sense. But in the daily world, we should maybe go back into the direct connection like we do it here. So it's exactly the right way to build trust, to know each other, to maybe also think about ideas, have a bright horizon, and then discuss it together in person. Yeah. So this is it's a two-phased reply. Partly yes, but partly we also have to go a step back and think that we are human beings that should talk to each other and should trust each other in some way at least.
I mean, by the way, good topic for the beer afterwards. Yeah, maybe we can continue. Yeah, to that topic. But in the end, I would also like to hear from you, Falco. You attended the whole day. What were the most important learnings for you today? What's most important? What are your takeaways from this event?
One important learning is if there's a necessity and you have a vision for it, as if you have a vision that has this necessity, if we want to say like this, that makes sense also for others. You can bring people together. It's also important for startup building, of course. If you have a vision, if you have a vision for where your startup should have an impact in the future, and it could be in 10 years, probably after your own generation. If you have this vision, which makes sense for enough people, you have to go and talk to people, and you can bring them together. It's probably we somehow share in many ways as more or less same vision, building networks, ecosystems. We only have one planet, of course, and we probably not only, everybody who is here is not only thinking about himself, he's also thinking about others. And because if not, we will not be here. We would say, okay, I will potentially participate on this event, but I will take, I don't know, 5,000 euros or whatever. We have somehow brought people together here who wants to drive this change. And change always, if you remember in your last years, change needs some investments, also investments in effort before you get something back. And it took, in the last weeks, we put much effort here in these events to make it possible for everybody. And it's what holds everybody together was this vision that we have this event, but not only the event, but also what this could initiate in the future. Not only from not only here in the startup incubator, not only in Berlin, but we need some change, and that's what I think everybody who is here understand and brings people together. So what I learned from here, you need a vision if you want to make change, and we need this vision not only for yourself, but also to convince others or bring them together to do this, walk this way together. Yeah, it's working again. Yeah, but probably also a question for me to Dale in this case. We talked about how could the past be potentially what the past could have for ideas or approaches for the future. How would you imagine a future where circular economy is already implemented? You can tell us probably just a simple scenario. If you have any ideas, or probably somebody else help, because I think we need pictures.
Okay, I don't know what's it with today with hard questions. Yeah, I could imagine. I have a crazy idea. It's not my own. It comes from working with an incredible innovator called Anke Parson, who has Urban Beta, and she's created a business which is around carbon offsets by creating jigsaw puzzle wooden buildings that you can own shares in. So you don't own your house, you have a share in your house. It's not really yours, but it is yours. But you can have a large house on a property, for example, and have 3 kids. Your kids go to university, one of them wants to move to the country, you divide the house, literally. You build a house for your daughter on another property, and then she has the share of the house. Or at the end you can say, I'm moving to Australia, I'm selling the share, and you give that back. But with that share comes carbon credits. Now that, to me, if we could imagine that in our everyday life, that we build huge buildings and the concrete, if it's sustainable, is then also locked down as a carbon credit for the future. I know concrete's a difficult example, but I mean the ownership is so set in a world where you own something or you don't. But I think we need to connect not only better processes, but the value chain so that the value spreads in all directions. That means that with whatever, I'm not a tech guy, but with blockchain and NFT, I'll just say those words, that we can track all of that and keep track of all of that so that ownership doesn't become a thing that, because ownership creates destruction as well. You know, I love the idea that Nudie Jeans have, that you can rent jeans. You know, that's brilliant. You don't own them anymore. You give them back and they get turned into something new. So I think the value chain has to be circular, not just the process. That's something.
Doesn't work.
I'm the last
one. Okay, this one works perfect. Just adding up on what Dale just said, I think this is a very nice example of where an innovative technology is combined with an innovative business model. And I think that's also a clear learning from today, how it's not about only the innovation in the technological sense, but also in the business model sense. Because I mean, there's so much going on these days. Not only the typical startups that then force an exit after a couple of years, but it's more about the finding the impact VCs and long-term partners, and it's even about social entrepreneurship and all these kinds of things. So there are very interesting new business models coming up, and that's actually also being funded right now. So there's a new funding program in Berlin that's funding these non-technical innovations. So yeah, the politics kind of is picking up on that. There's so much to get out from, and that's worth funding.
Yeah, thank you. For me, it's also interesting to know from you, Tina, what do you think about what drives or makes researchers, to entrepreneurs? In my experience, researchers are researchers, they like their technologies, they like their science, but some of them also have the drive to bring their ideas into practice, and those are research entrepreneurs,
Right, yeah, so when we are talking about researchers and how much do they have of the entrepreneurial mindset, I think it's very much depends, because researchers at first people, right? So of course they spend most of the time during the innovation creation, but mostly, of course, it's either fundamental as what we used to think, though we also have many applied scientists, applied researchers, and then I think they are already having a bit more of the entrepreneurial mindset there, because they already a priori starting building something what is needed. And what also drives actually researchers forward to become an entrepreneur is actually that they would like to create an immediate impact, so that they don't need to wait for another 10, 20 years to get published and finally recognized, but they can contribute right away, they can benefit the society, and this is what drives them forward. And I'm pretty sure in this room many of researchers are like that. So we are here, we just need to be recognized, and also guys, yeah, shine and also raise your hands and make yourself visible for others. Yeah.
Okay. I think in a round of 5 men and 1 woman, I would like to say, okay, this is maybe a good word, yeah, for end up this discussion here, yeah. But we have some questions, yeah, so I will give the word to the audience here. There's one question.
Sorry. Fighting with the mics. Technique is tired.
Thanks for the interesting discussion. I have a maybe controversial question. So you put artificial intelligence and we have the ecosystem, both terms that could be also translated to consumers or market, could be an ecosystem. And artificial intelligence is certainly something that can speed up things, and both are basically growth-related topics. And I think our economics, or the way you discuss it, are based on growth, also in the startup ideas. Now, in a circular and sustainable society, my question would be if that is the right approach. In natural science, we speak a lot about dynamic equilibria that are mobile, but basically things are built up and basically the opposite of building up, sorry, at the same time. And this leads to a stable situation. Can you comment, or do you have ideas how we could establish that, or if that would be necessary in our society?
No, I just have I think that we are in a dynamic equilibrium. We just haven't hit the crash yet, and I think it is coming. I really believe that it's coming closer every day, and that's why we have material shortages now. I think we're coming towards. It's not just geopolitical tensions that are meaning we can't get access to raw materials. That's actually the system at the edge of its limits. So that's one thing, and I think the point behind it, that a growth-based economics cannot sustain us. That's just, it's a no-brainer for me, but yeah.
Perfect. Then we just we hand it over. I agree. In general, I agree. But maybe to give one point where I think AI and also the achievements that we can maybe make in the material world will maybe change also this paradigm. So think of catalysts, for example. So catalyst materials, for example, used in an electrolysis, can make new materials, or at least make new molecules. This, if you fuel this with solar energy or with green energy in general, then to some extent at least, the paradigm is shifted. You can then produce new materials, and maybe in the first place not a lot, but in the long run this will change, of course, also how the industry works. I'm not saying that we will always have a growth-based model. This is not what I want to say, but now looking at this makes it pretty hard to predict where we stand in 10 years. I agree that the system we have is not going on in the way we know it. But what comes out with artificial intelligence and fueling, for example, material science and catalysts, for example, makes it pretty hard to predict in which equilibrium we come afterwards. And this will be the big thing, and it will be quite interesting to follow it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if I can basically answer on that or give another thought in this direction. So I fully agree. I'm working on catalysis. I like this a lot, those devices, and I see the possibilities. What I see is that basically the gross income is the solar energy that is coming in, or renewables that can fuel that. But what is difficult is that we currently, our whole material spaces is based on stuff that is lying around, and we don't pay for the fact that it's lying around. And therefore it's very difficult prospectively to compete with those things that come for free. And that's why I would like to ask you, maybe you can discuss how can we change that, or what would be necessary. Can ecosystems change that, or startups, or do we need more?
I think we need a combination. It's always a very broad answer, but yeah, to some extent, governments have to, I think, it's sometimes an old answer to that, but in the end, prices are the problem. Yeah, so when I take oil out of the soil and it's quasi for free, then it's pretty hard to compete for a catalyst electrolysis company. And I think there a certain leverage we have with innovation from the material side, from startups that have innovative processes. And then on the other hand, we have to close the gap by, for example, putting costs on the stuff we put out of the soil. And this is, I think, this will be the turning point for the development. And whether this is possible, this is another discussion.
Maybe, Tim, I can add on this one. I think what kind of instrument we could use, it's called strategic foresight, and then create different scenarios and have a look at all these different parameters put together and see what kind of future comes as well. Then we can kind of play around, right, and see what needs to be also adjusted, or what kind of stakeholders need to be available, and what kind of actions we need to take in the future. So it's just as a follow-up, yeah.
There's a question?
Thank you. I have a question regarding ecosystems. So you are talking about the ecosystems, but I don't see the eco part here. I don't see how nature is depicted here, no? In the sense we are talking about circularity, but when we talk about nature, it's about materials and use and abuse in a sense of economic way. In circularity terms, what it is to change the paradigms in which we give and receive from nature.
Can you repeat the last part of the question, please? Thanks.
Referring to ecosystems that you are talking all the time. Well, I'm a forester, and that's why I bring this point. I don't see the nature component here in terms of circularity. I see only one way. We use it. But what is the other way in a circular mindset?
Maybe I can pick it up, right, as in the end natural scientist with my background. So I'm a soil scientist. We are in the same domain. Forest, soil goes together. And when we talk about circular economy and, for instance, like we link it also with ESG, right, and talk about E part, environment, I think it comes together, of course, with reduce, recycle, reuse. And this already a priori affecting also the nature, but of course we didn't specify that much. I think it's also because depends on the public, right, where we are standing today and what kind of message we would like to bring, because it definitely needs to be addressed more, in my opinion, as well, that we talk more about ecosystem services, we talk more about what happens in the future with also water, land, and so on and so forth, all the ecosystem parameters, right, or blocks. And if we're going to put everything what has been discussed together, I think we can transfer this knowledge into the natural scientist domain as well. It just takes another step to transfer everything what have been discussed here today, including AI, how we're going to use AI in order to fight the natural disaster or any environmental challenges which we are facing, because it is possible to bring it together. And this is something when I was kind of answering Dale's question on the trust and independences. This is exactly where we're talking about actually connectivity. So when I mention about connectivity, it means also the knowledge transfer, that we connect all the different parts and domains together and drive the action plan for different stakeholders. So this is what we need to do. And thanks a lot, for raising this point. Maybe somebody wants to add something more?
I guess just saying that we need to learn how to integrate the two dimensions and how to learn together. I mean, just thinking of natural disasters, for example, part of the reason why we have floods is heavy rains, but part of the reason is also the way we build our infrastructure, right? And that we go more and more into what used to be nature. So yeah, we need to find ways to live together in a way. This is all one, obviously.
It's another great question, so I'd like to have a go as well. I think a couple of things. I mean, I feel like sometimes this world of high tech, it seems so unconnected to nature, and I think that actually, if we use it in the right way, it can become a tool in which everyone can see where nature is and then make it visible and valuable. Because I think this is part of the problem. It goes back, I think I've said a number of times now, this distance, that if you want to steal from somebody, you don't see it. You don't see the destruction of the rainforest when you choose a product, but that destruction's happening. Now, I hope, and this is, we sort of talked about here about technology, is that with technology we can make that visible and then find a way to also allocate, and our economic systems are powerless in comparison to the old ways that we lived, I believe, but find a way to create inherent value in our economic systems for nature, natural capital where it's actually protected and looked after, and not just a number in a spreadsheet or a derivative on some carbon trading scheme, which is being faked anyway, as we know. But the point is, so that's one thing, is I hope that technology and nature can dance together. And the second thing is all of these, this talk of coming up with new business models, although it does sound like it's a conflict with nature and protecting nature, for me, the way we're doing things now, really, the majority of the products that what we're sitting on, probably the clothes I'm wearing, this is all at the cost of nature. And we need to get from the point where we're extracting resources from places where there is beautiful nature and destroying that environment, and then often just chucking the products in the bin at the end. And if we can create those new business models, and it sounds like, okay, we've got to create new capitalist models to make it work, but then we break that chain. That's my dream, my hope, that that's where it could go.
There's a question. Yeah, and a small add on it. Thank you for your answers. On this ecosystem services paradigm, which is about, again, using nature to serve us. It could be just a solution or a part of the solution to think also how can we serve nature, so to make it really circular and to make it a part of our business models.
Impact startups.
Just an observation. In France, we have the word phygital, which is physical and digital. I mean, it's not a mainstream word yet, but I'm using it in my circular economy circles. And I think it's the idea that, sure, technology is brilliant. We need technology. Of course we need technology. But can we not also, when we're devising solutions for problems, also think, could we perhaps have a sort of more physical or sort of slightly more low-tech solution as well for a given problem? Because, technology, when we talk about tech solutionism, it's not going to solve everything. And we really have to sort of have a broader, more humanistic vision of where we want to go with this technology. And I think that can also help answer a little bit your query there. And a second point I had, I think more to Tim's point, all this stuff lying around. I mean, Germany is a country with not many natural resources. And I kind of have this sort of bugbear, but could we not develop much, much more urban mining? I mean, it's still in its infancy. But we've got loads of resources in Germany. We've got loads of stuff here, loads of mobile phones sitting around. But we really need to make use of those resources that are here instead of having to go around mining everywhere in the sea or in the Congo or wherever. And perhaps we could focus a bit more, even in Berlin, with all these amazing startups sprouting up. How we could develop urban mining so that we use those resources in a more intelligent way that we already have. Yeah, through 2 words and comments.
Yeah, thank you for this input. There was this one point about should we also only see nature as something, as a resource where we can take something out to use it. Everybody knows it, but we are also nature, right? Also the humans came out from, I don't know, millions of years ago. We are also part of the nature, and when we have this always in mind, I think then we will take the right decisions. That's probably one of the... if we hurt the nature, we always hurt ourselves. That's the circularity in this. If we have this in mind, I think, and don't forget this, we will take better decisions. I hope.
Yeah, thank you very much. I see a lot of interested faces here, but I'm also looking at the clock here. So I would say at this point, maybe we can switch this discussion into the speed taking on the one side, and maybe in also talks on the other side. So thank you very much here to our experts, to our panel. A big applause. But also thank you very much for those who organized this event, the whole technique, who organized the catering, the program, and so on. I think it was a great event, I do. And maybe Marvin, maybe
hello.
you as one of the organizers have the last words,
Yeah. So thank you everybody for being here tonight. And Falco said change needs effort, so I guess that's true. So I thank everybody for the effort, and now for the audience here on site, we will have the Circular Connect speed dating. So that means you can connect to make the effort, to make the change. So that's for sure takes some effort, but I also got some thank yous first. This is for you. Thanks, Steffen, for joining us, and Falco, who put a lot of effort into today. That's for you. And I also would like to thank Sarah, who's in the audience. So please come up. Sarah was helping us a lot with organizing this event tonight and bring everybody together. But I also would like to join everybody who has been here today as a speaker for a group picture. So that's what we do here now. Thanks. And for the rest of you, so here on site, so we will now end the live stream. But you can stay here. There are plenty of drinks still left in the fridge, and I guess there's also some food outside which needs to be eaten. And then happy to connect with everybody, and please join the speed dating by Circular Connect. Thanks. How do you?
I think make sure that you get a sticker. Also, Candela, maybe you want to explain how to do it. Sorry.
Hi everybody, just quickly, meanwhile the speakers come to take their pictures, so we're gonna have our speed dating activity, and taking from the panel, we're here to connect and interact with each other. So after the pictures, we're gonna reorganize the chairs quickly. You are all more than welcome to have your sticky names, tags, depending on the colors from which area of expertise you're coming from, at the door. And stay. We're going to have some fun activity to socialize.
Thanks a lot, and have a good night. We will see you around here. Thank you.
That we are not complete yet. Our researchers, we would also like you to welcome on stage for the group picture. So where are the researchers? Please come everybody